Good morning, everyone. I am Matt Fruman, Ward 3 Council Member and Chairperson of the Committee on Human Services. Today is Wednesday, May 6th, and we are meeting in person in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building and virtually via Zoom. The time is now 9:05 a.m. Today, we are conducting the second of two budget oversight hearings on the Department of Human Services, or DHS. During the first budget oversight hearing, we heard from public witnesses who sounded the alarm about the harm the proposed budget would do without significant changes. We heard from witnesses that for years the district was making significant progress in the war on poverty, reducing homelessness with more humane shelters and making bold investments in permanent housing while implementing a model version of TANF that put children first. We also heard that this budget risks reversing that progress. It cuts domestic violence services by $700,000 at a time when domestic violence is surging. It deepens rather than prevents the cuts to TANF introduced in last year's budget. It underfunds existing permanent supportive housing so significantly that DHS would enter next year with $30 million to $40 million less than it needs to maintain our current number of vouchers. And it eliminates civil legal services funding, cutting dozens of district jobs while depriving hundreds of residents of counsel. I should say, I know that this is not the ideal world from the perspective of the agency as well. We are in a very difficult budget time, and we're seeing the challenges of that budget reflected here. But it is clear what the challenges and the problems are. Today, I want to discuss how we solve them, how we'll use today's hearing to explore how we can best deploy our limited resources to preserve our progress. I will ask about the challenges our public witnesses raised, how to protect bridge housing and shelter capacity, preserve legal and victim services, and mitigate harms from reductions in cash assistance. I look forward to the conversation. Before we begin, I would like to commend DHS for its work supporting the committee and educating the public this budget season. The agency's April 24th Budget Oversight Forum with the Fair Budget Coalition answered many of my most pressing questions and made a complex agency budget accessible to people who are most affected by it. DHS's responsiveness and transparency are commendable, and my team are deeply grateful. Before we proceed, I just have one note on logistics. Should any of my colleagues join, council members will have 10 minutes each to ask a round of questions, and I will generally turn to my colleagues in the order they arrive. We will now be joined by Rachel Pierre, Director of the Department of Human Services, Chief Operating Officer Tanya Mortensen, Agency Fiscal Officer Hayden Bernard. I invite you all to join us at the table in front of me, which you have considerately already done. It is the practice of this committee to place our government witnesses under oath. I invite all of our government witnesses, including staff in the audience who will be testifying later, to raise their right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Human Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Director, when you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Fruman, committee members, council staff, and members of the community. I am Rachel Pierre, Director of the DC Department of Human Services. I am joined today by our Chief Operating Officer, Tanya Mortensen, and our Agency Fiscal Officer, Hayden Bernard. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the department's fiscal year 27 proposed budget. Mayor Bowser's Grove DC budget is a statement of confidence in our city's resilience, its strength, and its continued growth. Human Services represent more than 21% of the mayor's fiscal year 27 budget proposal. That reflects the administration's longstanding commitment to ensuring that growth reaches every resident. At DHS, our responsibility is to make that investment count by offering programs that move people towards stability, responsibly stewarding the safety net system that this district residents depend on, and spending public dollars on programs that produce real and lasting outcomes. When I appeared before this committee for my confirmation last fall, I committed to maintaining the progress we have made and strengthening our trajectory towards meeting the needs of all residents. In fiscal year 27, we will continue to deliver on that by reforming how families exit shelters so that transitions are sustainable over the long term. By partnering with community partners and customers to shape the temporary assistance for needing family hardship policies rather than designing them behind closed doors. And by improving workforce outcomes by strengthening the grant agreements that govern our employment program. Today, I want to tell you directly where we stand on each of those commitments and how the Grow DC budget will make it possible. I will begin with economic security and TANF reform. First, I'd like to address the changes to the TANF program reflected in DHS's fiscal year 27 proposed budget. Beginning October 1st, we will implement a step down for households who have received TANF benefits for more than 60 months. I recognize that this is difficult news, and it was not a decision we made lightly. Many families have relied on this program through extraordinary difficult circumstances, including a global pandemic, a housing crisis, and rising daily living costs. This change will have real impacts, and we are focused on managing this transition responsibly. That is exactly why, before finalizing any policy, we are building a hardship framework from the ground with the community in partnership with the National Academy of Public Administration. DHS conducted a series of working group sessions that brought together council members, advocates, service providers, and most importantly, our TANF customers. We want to make sure that the people most affected by this change have a direct role in shaping the cash benefit protections. The results of those sessions will be published in a report in the coming months, and the hardship policy will be in place ahead of our October 1st step down. Our fiscal year 27 proposed budget also reflects an $11.5 million reduction in the TANF employment and education program. This was a decision rooted in the mayor's focus on fiscal responsibility and investments that deliver results. We looked hard at which investments are moving residents into jobs and careers, not just program participation, and we are refocusing on what works. DHS is working closely with the Department of Employment Services to strengthen referral pipelines and fill the capacity gaps that data has identified. This work also positions us to navigate changes to SNAP under federal law. Starting June 1st, new work requirements will take effect under HR 1. We are communicating proactively with customers so that anyone who can meet work requirements does not lose their benefits, and our cross-agency coordination with DOES means we will have the referral infrastructure to support them. Federal changes have also significantly shifted administrative costs for SNAP. The district is now responsible for 75% of program administration costs. The Grow DC budget adds $22.8 million to account for this shift. A critical part of managing additional costs is improving our SNAP payment accuracy rate. Under current federal law, the district faces a penalty of up to $50 million annually by fiscal year 30 if our payment error rates remains too high. That is why our team is aggressively pursuing a comprehensive plan to make significant progress by fiscal year 27. Not just as a performance goal, but as fiscal protection for the district. To support these efforts, the mayor's proposed supplemental budget includes $790,000 investments in targeted strategies this fiscal year to address the error rates. We are also investing $2.12 million to transition EBT cards to microchip technology, which is the same security standard used in the commercial sector. Benefits theft harms the very residents who depend on these programs most. We estimate chip cards will reduce benefit theft by up to 75%, and will help to deliver meaningful protection for district families who rely on these lifeline benefits. Turning now to homeless services and sustainable housing exits. The Grow DC budget builds on more than a decade of Mayor Bowser's investments to make homelessness in the district rare, brief, and non-recurring. My commitment at my confirmation was to ensure that when families leave shelters, they stay housed. That means moving away from exits that cycle families back into crisis and instead supporting them through transitions that hold. Grow DC gives us the tools to do that. This fiscal year 27 proposed budget also comes with some difficult trade-offs and does not add new housing vouchers for families. Given the constrained budget, we had to make hard choices, and we prioritized making sure that families already matched or in the lease of process get housed and stay housed. In fiscal year 26, we've matched 187 new vouchers across permanent supportive housing and targeted affordable housing programs for families. We're tracking every one of those cases and getting those families across the finish line. We are also doing work this year to build more sustainable housing exits for youth and singles. DC Flex has expanded to youth and singles, and we are piloting shared housing models that expand the range of stable exit options available beyond traditional voucher pathways. These pilots are part of our broader effort to match the right resources to the right households rather than routing everyone through a single exit strategy. On homeless prevention, the Grow DC budget increases funding for the homeless prevention program to $9.5 million, allowing us to help approximately 3,000 families avoid entering shelter. It also provides $7 million for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program to support roughly 750 households facing emergency housing needs. We are also expanding our bridge housing model. The Aston and East Streets have demonstrated that we can bring people in from unsheltered homelessness and prepare them to successfully sustain longer-term housing. The fiscal year 27 budget also includes $28.4 million to expand this approach and open a third site. It also includes capital investments to modernize and build new shelter facilities, continuing Mayor Bowser's commitment to creating spaces that treat residents with dignity and support the path back to stability. Next, I want to highlight our work in youth and family services. Grow DC maintains our capacity to invest in young people and families before challenges escalate. Programs like ACE, PASS, STEP reflects the mayor's understanding that early intervention is both the right thing to do and fiscally responsible thing to do. I am particularly proud of the truancy reduction program, which has now expanded to 10 schools, and we will plan to expand to 18 schools next school year. The 2026 mid-year report shows meaningful progress in reducing truancy and chronic absenteeism. These investments help families intact and put young people on a path to long-term success. In closing, I want to take a moment to recognize the people who make this work possible. None of what I've described today happens without the men and women of DHS who show up every day for district residents, often in the hardest moments of their lives. We have navigated a pandemic, a housing crisis, federal policy upheaval, and rising fiscal pressures without losing sight of who we serve. I am proud of our team, and they deserve to be recognized. Mayor Bowser's Grow DC budget is about building a city where growth is real and broadly shared, where the district's strength is measured not just in economic indicators, but by whether our most vulnerable residents have a real shot at stability. This is what DHS is committed to delivering. The fiscal year 27 proposed budget reflects hard choices made responsibly, investments directed where they produce results, and a continued commitment to the residents who need us most. Thank you again, Chairperson Fruman, for the opportunity to testify before this committee. I am prepared to respond to your questions.
Thank you very much, Director Pierre. I'm gonna start on the Aston and shelter capacity. And you might have seen yesterday at the administrative meeting that I spoke to this and referenced a, a pretty strong interest in trying to utilize the full capacity of the Aston. And one of the things that's out there is you have $25 million in the budget to purchase a new property that would it's now called for bridge housing, but in a certain sense, it can be thought of as replacing Adams Place, but maybe that's not fair. In any case, we do have some history of when we buy properties and then when our customers begin to be able to use them. I think that Aston, the property was identified for purchase in January 2023, and the site opened in November of 2025. So it took 2.5 years. East Street, site identified in January 23, and this I think comes from your pre-hearing responses. And the site opening in September 2025. So close to the same, 2.5, 2.75 years. The $25 million that is in the supplemental budget, I take it DGS has not yet identified a site. And we just talked about the kind of timeline. If DGS identified a site tomorrow, am I right that we could expect us opening in the spring of 2029 or something like that? Given the history with the Aston and the East Street?
It really depends on the site identified or the site acquired and what kind of work it needs. Some sites are closer to turnkey than others. So what we really want to make sure is that whenever we buy a site, we try to make sure that that we make renovations that fit our needs. So it would depend on the site identified for acquisition.
And it would take a while, though.
Yes, but I can't speak to how long it would take because the site, as you mentioned, has not been identified yet, but it would more than likely not be totally turnkey.
Yeah, and so as we think about such a purchase, we should think about that, I think, at best, a medium-term solution, not a short-term solution in terms
Yes.
of adding capacity.
I would agree.
So, and then also the total capital cost of standing up the Aston and the East Street respectively were 33 million for the Aston and 45 million for East Street. At the Aston, the cost of acquisition alone was 26 million. Does the 25 million in the capital budget for acquisition include funding for repairs and renovations at the new site? Is it, and would that, what makes us think it would be adequate?
So you're right, because we have not identified a site yet. It could be more, it could be less. I do think that the target for a site is to serve 100 individuals. So it could be a smaller site than East Street in Aston so that the funding could be adequate. But it really depends on what the market offers right now.
Okay, and then in question 39, you provided a very useful timeline of sort of the changing levels of capacity over time as things open and things close. I mean, the big picture of it is today, it looks like our current year-round capacity is 1,795 in the
So 1,795 in terms of low barrier shelter is it's the height of hypothermia.
right.
In terms of year-round beds, we have a decreased capacity. It's about 1,300 and so forth.
Yeah, once you, but okay, but and then over time as things open and close, by the time we get to the winter of 2030, even with this, we will have lost, we'll be at 1672 according to your response, total capacity. So down 123. Is that?
I'm sorry, give me a few minutes. Yes, all right, I'm tracking.
Okay.
Mhm.
And right now, in terms of turnaways, I mean, we are experiencing turnaways from our low barrier shelter at this point, aren't we?
At this time of year, yes, it's very possible that we
Sort of the
expect.
shoulder season between,
Yes,
um, so we'll see over time less capacity, and hope maybe the problem will get significantly better, but uh, worrisome. I had characterized the 25 million as being a replacement for Adams Place, but do you think of it as that way?
no, I don't think of it as that way. Um, while, it's really focused on acquiring an additional bridge housing, and there's still a commitment to replace, Adams Place.
Right. And so there's still a need to replace Adams Place, and that would be uh on the order of 120 beds. How many beds is Adams Place?
How many beds?
It's 175.
175. But I suppose, I mean, one way of thinking about it in terms of replacing it, in terms of preserving the status quo, 123 beds would keep us to where we had the same total capacity now as we had in 2030.
What do you mean 123 beds? What are you referring to?
Uh, I'm referring to the table, which I think is in response to
Yep.
question 39. And I'm looking at the top at
Mhm.
1795, and then at the bottom at the 1672 is the total capacity.
Yep.
And so, um, I guess I'm going to try to give you a chance to.
Yeah. So what I can tell you, council member, is that when we do close, we would not close Adams Place without having a replacement site for Adams Place. And that's not replacing Adams Place with a non-congregate shelter. So our plan right now, I mean, we still have Adams Place for another couple of years in terms of the lease. So we would stay there until we are able to find an alternative site. The plan to replace Adams Place had been Green Court. That plan has changed. So Green Court is no longer in the district's inventory, but the plan is to have at least very close to a one-to-one replacement site for Adams Place before we take Adams Place offline.
I hear you. And there had been money in the budget before for that, but there's not money in the budget.
Because
now.
yes, but Green Court was acquired for Adams Place to be an Adams Place replacement. Not sure what the plan for Green Court is for the moment, but it was acquired to be an Adams Place replacement.
Okay, so I guess so the missing line on this table is the replacement for Adams Place, which in principle, there is a commitment to do,
Absolutely.
but where there isn't dollars for it today. So I'm just trying to be candid with everybody out there. We heard testimony about it. In this environment, I find it very hard to see setting aside $25 million for a new bridge housing site that would get us 100 beds and not having money for a future replacement for Adams Place, when it would take a while to get those bridge housing beds online. And we have the Aston that is sitting there with 90 beds not utilized. And I know that there have people entered into agreements about what it is that should be done around this. And I respect that the people who are part of those agreements are pretty deeply committed to those agreements. But in this environment, with all of the budget pressures that we're facing, I have a very, very hard time seeing leaving that space out of the mix. And so help me is there another reason other than the agreement that had been entered at the time why we should not be activating the other 90 beds at Aston?
No, I don't see another reason. Right now, we still have capacity at East Street, Councilmember, and we're focusing on building that capacity. We're happy to report that we're almost at 100 beds right now, so we still have uh, about 70 to 90 beds that we can still fill at East Street, and we're working towards that. And that's, from my perspective, that's just been the priority to make sure that we get East Street at capacity. And so we have that capacity until East Street is full, then, and perhaps, revisiting the Aston, in addition to another site that, the mayor wants to bring online. But that's been the focus right now, just to get East Street at capacity. It was also slower to kind of get going. It's been slower to fill. We're trying to figure out why some people say no to bridge housing. We've had a lot of folks say no to East Street, but we are making a lot of progress in terms of getting that site at capacity. So that's just where the focus is, to get that site at capacity. We have the budget, we have the money in our budget to get East Street at capacity, and that's what we focus on now.
And we've been tracking this with you, the progress on, and it is interesting that people are not accepting certain options. I think scarcity could have an impact on that. I mean,
Yes.
I think people may have felt like they had a variety of different options in previous years, and that's not going to feel like the case. And so we'll see what uptake looks like. Sounds like we're getting closer on
Yeah,
filling
we're
East
getting
Street.
closer. I mean, it's not low barrier, so participation in case management is required in a way that it's not in low barrier shelter. So so that's why, we've seen, but we want to make sure that people take advantage of the case management that is offered at, the bridge housing sites.
Okay, so if we said we don't want to use this 25 million for some few purchasing bridge housing, instead we wanted to activate the Aston and get more quickly get the 90 beds there, how would you suggest we use the 25 million? Should we dedicate it to a fund to replace the?
So Councilmember, the executive is committed to replacing Adams Place, and also it committed to bringing additional bridge housing site. So I know that, I'm talking to my colleagues at DGS. They are still, identifying the market, looking at the market to try to get a Adams site replacement. There is a site that both agencies are interested in, and if it becomes available to be a replacement for Adams Place, that would be purchased.
But where's the money for that?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
And
Anything I could say would just be my
Right.
my guess.
I mean, that almost suggests to me that if we set it, I don't know whether or not 25 million would be enough to do that. I haven't had conversations with you or DGS about what kinds of numbers are being bandied about. But that makes it sound like we might be able to make the Adams Place replacement site happen relatively quickly if the money were there, and expand bridge housing if we did the move on the Aston. So trying to take that all in. If I don't know that I want you to tell me on the public record what kind of dollar figure is being talked about, but I probably will ask you at different times.
Sure. I honestly don't have that number, but I could get that for you.
Okay. But if the 25 million were repurposed, am I right in taking from this that a good use for it would be to fund the replacement of Adams Place, or do you see a different use for it?
Having an additional bridge housing sites in our inventory is something that we would be very excited about. We could look at different use than our current bridge housing, and we could have it with more focused services, maybe for folks who have more behavioral health needs, there is definitely a gap in our inventory to have like a site base with, very focused behavioral health services. So this is something that I would be very excited to have in our inventory. We have different models in mind, maybe like a PSH plus for folks sometimes who I don't want to say fell out of PSH, but some, who may need additional more support. And we are missing that middle space in our inventory, folks who are not necessarily reach the level of intense needs to go to St. Elizabeth or to be committed, but who for some reason or another are not able to maintain their PSH slot or, get evicted or because of behavioral health reasons. We don't right now have this intervention, and a third bridge housing site could be a solution for that.
All right, well, and you and I have had a back and forth about this now for a year and a half. I mean, filling out that continuum of care, I do think is an important thing. So that is helpful. And I don't know, operating cost wise, what you think something like that, a PSH plus site, what if it were 100 beds, what do you think is the scale of operating costs for something like that?
Well, we have right now approximately 3.4 would get us close. But what's exciting about potentially like a PSH plus is that we can also leverage Medicaid funding for the interventions for the services, two ways: for behavioral health services, but also looking at housing supportive services for residents who are eligible, who may not have a housing voucher. So we would be able to leverage Medicaid for the services.
And what about if it were a replacement for the Adams Place site? What do you think is the operational cost for something like that?
What do we have? I probably closer to what we have in our budget now.
Yeah, I think it's about 4.4 million a year for the operating costs.
At
Is
Adams
what-
Place,
mhm.
but that's for 175 beds, and I'm thinking that I thought the replacement might be more like 100 beds. So would it be a lower figure, or no? You want 175 beds and 4.4 million?
That would be based on 175 beds, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, the 100 beds would be for a new bridge housing site. For low barrier, we try to replace 1-to-1 as much as possible.
Okay, well, I'm trying to be transparent about what it is that we're thinking about in this space and
Mhm.
want to be in a back and forth with you. I think it's pretty clear to me that we will try to light up the 90 beds at the Aston in the committee. We'll see. And then the question is, what happens with that 25 million? And let's be in conversation about what's the best thing for us to be doing in that.
Just as a reminder, Councilmember, we don't have operating costs to extend the Aston in our budget for 2027.
No, I recognize that's part of the challenge that we would need to deal with. Some of that, there's money for operating of the new bridge housing site, including in 2027, I believe, and I think that's not going to happen. So then, but you look like you're reaching for it.
I have shared with you, Councilmember, because as you mentioned, it does take time once we acquire a site. So even if we acquired it this summer, it's very unlikely that we would be operating in fiscal year 27, and we would be using the 3.4 to help out with our LRSP deficits.
Yeah. You're right that you have shared that with me. We'll get into this in other places, and you can imagine the source of frustration because there are a lot of places, and I know you have money that comes in from lots of different places in different ways, and it goes out in different kinds of ways, but tracking your budget and identifying what everything is for is a challenge. And so the fact that it is identified as one thing, but maybe used as a different thing, somehow we got to figure out how to have, and it is not an easy thing in your world in particular, but we need to have a closer correlation between the descriptions of what thing is for and how it is actually used. One of the goals established by the ICH for Homeward DC 3.0 was providing low barrier shelter year round. And we talked a little bit about the net reduction, although I think that what you were saying is what's missing on that table is that Adams Place will be replaced, and so we should see a tiny marginal increase. If I'm seeing 123 reduction, and we actually did 175 replacement of Adams Place, then in the next 5 years, we'd add 50 or something like that. Are you worried about uh, increased turnaways, given our capacity and concern about potential growth among our unhoused population?
So we are still committed to providing shelter year-round, low barrier shelter year-round. We are not resourced to have right to shelter year-round for singles. So while we do our best and we track turnaways, it never feels good to know that we have to turn away, individuals, but it does happen in the summer. So we track it but we do know that in the summer months, it does happen that we may have a few singles that we turn away.
And last year, we were facing, it's a little later into the year, the concern about the encampments and federal policy on the encampments. And you were great. I mean, I think
Thank you.
Your team and the deputy mayor's team did great work in that era. But you had resources that you could deploy, that you could add, that were not. So you had a kind of accordion that you could use. Are there other things out there that, besides the things on the list that add up to the 1795, that provide potential capacity, and if we faced increased turnaways?
Always, yes.
What kinds of things are
Because
they?
we are built for a right to shelter for almost 4 months out of the year. So during the hypothermia season, we go beyond our right to shelter doing cold weather alerts. We almost operate as a right to shelter for that whole season, not just when we have cold alerts. So that means that we have sites that we know how to activate, and if like pretty short notice. We don't like to do that, but we know how to do that, meaning that if we needed to bring, somehow there was a emergency and we needed to bring additional 100 beds this weekend, and we had the resources to do that in terms of either contingency funding because of an emergency, we have the infrastructure to bring additional beds in a relatively short amount of time.
And where would that funding come from? Do you have a bucket of contingency funding?
We don't, but if it becomes an emergency and then the EOM makes available contingency funding for us, then we have the infrastructure to do that, given the resources.
So it's not in your budget, but it's in the overall budget.
Right.
And what about, would you have to draw from other places in your own budget in order to do
So
that?
once we get the commitment that we will receive the funding, it becomes a cash flow, balance. And, we have not expended all our resources. We'll make, these beds available. We usually, also, depending on where we are in the year, we still have funding in our contracts. And then we figure out how to modify the budget for those contracts later in the year.
Okay. All right, I'm looking at a kind of slideshow breakdown of funding in this homeless services continuum of care space. And you did this as a presentation, and you broke down the changes to the continuum of care budgets for families, individuals, and general, respectively. And we have a sense then of where reductions in those lines were targeted. And we know which individual programs are in the family and individual lines. That breakdown only emphasizes for me how confusing the budget is. Why is the homeless services budget organized in this way, divided across these three programs?
I'll ask Tanya to respond.
little difficult to see.
So, I mean, is there something we should do about this? Please.
So,
Want to add?
yeah, it's based on the funding. When we get federal money, there are certain service we provide. If you get TANF, you have to provide maintenance of effort. So you have to separate it. You can't commingle the funds. So if we're using TANF, we have to show what we spent. So we have to delineate families. If you're serving both families and individuals and you're unable to, delineate it, we put it in general. And individuals, we keep in individuals. So it's a matter of being able to identify the matching fund, the maintenance of effort, because when an auditor comes in, you cannot have the funds commingle. You have to be able to show it separate and apart. So that's one of the reasons we had to break it out.
Okay. I mean, we're not gonna do this now. You weren't reaching for it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we're always open to working to reorganize this in a way that makes more sense. Our goal is to really be transparent about where the money's going, what we're using it for. So we're always open to working with council on that.
And I think, we got a lot going on, and so we're not doing that right in this minute, but
Yep.
I guess I could see in a committee report having, and Dan can correct or stop me, having some sort of a reference to encouraging a process of looking at the organization of the way in which things are reported to try to increase transparency about the links between sources and funding. And so maybe that's a thing that we'll do. It's not a thing that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks, but just a marker of our experience of dealing with the budget underscores our experience of this time in the budget where I am better equipped than I was a year ago. What becomes clear is that it's confusing, and so maybe we can make it better. You only have one of the things that I got a note saying that folks are having difficulty hearing the witnesses. So please be sure to turn the mic on, pull it close to you, speak loudly. I speak softly. We can also start all talking softly to each other, forgetting that there are people who are trying to watch. So let's all try to project. You only have 5.6 million or 12% of your maintenance of persons budget in shelter operations remaining for direct services in FY26. Is that the natural consequence of the structure of your contracts and seasonal changes? Or are you going to have to transfer additional funds into this line in FY26?
No, I believe that's, I'm not seeing in front of me exactly what you're looking at, but I believe this is probably about how we need to fund our contracts up front. It's not a matter of running out of funding.
Okay, so it's, we see 12% that is left, and we think, okay, we're in May, so there's 4 more months but you're saying it's upfront payments.
Yeah, we would
Right.
obligate all of the funding up front, and then we're paying it out as the provider's invoice.
Well, that worries me a little.
So the funding is obligated already. So what you're saying is what may not have either not been obligated yet, because sometimes we don't want to get everything get just stuck on contracts. But we are not anticipating running out of funding for our services for this fiscal year.
You feel good. And the 5.6 is, and the predicate of the question is, it's something about the way in which the contracts are paid or seasonal, and the answer is yes, it's something about the way the contracts are paid.
Yes, right there. They answered the question.
Yeah. Okay. I also see the budget, the shelter operations budget is cut by 4.1 million in each year in FY28, 29, and 30. Help me understand why there would be those reductions.
So it's working to improve efficiencies, and then if we need to do something else, we'll work with the budget statement formulation for fiscal year 28 and so forth. But we're always looking on how we can improve and then outcomes.
All right. I mean, that looks like. So is that a thing where there's like a 9% reduction that gets imposed or something like that? I don't know. I'm looking at if 5.6 million was 12%, then 4.1 million is probably on the order of 9%. But so there's a 9% reduction and there is a mandate to find efficiencies, or you believe you've already found those efficiencies?
We always look to find efficiencies, but we also don't anticipate that it would change any policies in the program. Like we don't anticipate a change in the right to shelter policy, for example, or, providing shelter year round for families.
Okay. I mean, the way I'm hearing it is that you have a mandate to do the same with a little bit less, and that you feel like you will be able to achieve that, but not that there is a plan. The 4.1 million reduction doesn't reflect, oh, we identified this efficiency and that efficiency. It is a mandate to find efficiency.
Right. And then we also can revisit that fiscal year 28 formulation, sort of compare
Okay.
to our spend.
And like a lot of things, this is, I mean, it is driven by a budget decision, not a policy decision. And everybody has to make the numbers balance. The fact that there would be a mandate to try to increase efficiency, I think is healthy, right?
Okay.
But that's what it is. Okay. Last budget season, DHS anticipated exiting 37 families a month to FRSP with a $36 million budget. This year, DHS proposes exiting 62 families a month to FRSP, also with a $36 million budget. I think this is in response to question 21B. How many families have exited shelter to FRSP so far this year?
I do have that information. Just give me 1 second.
First, and then
So I don't have exactly, I know we've been averaging approximately 37 to 47 families exiting each month. So we have about 62 entries per month that we are able to serve this year. I'm trying to get the exact number of families. So to date, it looks like we've served 536 families. But I'm not sure that this is how many, if there were some families who started last fiscal year. But I can get you that exact number, how many new families we had this fiscal year. I think it looks like we've had 549 families, new families this fiscal year. And then we plan on having 744 new families in fiscal year 27. But
So-
how many a month?
Yeah, I mean, so it's 7 months in the fiscal year so far. If it's 509, did you say?
549 for the whole year, I believe. I don't think we've served 549 families this year yet.
Oh, that's
This, go ahead.
Yeah, it's been about 200 so far this year, and we expect to have about 500 entering this year.
Yeah.
in the coming year. So yeah, so the 200 this year in 7 months, that'd be about 30 a month in the fiscal year. Or are you saying 200 this calendar year?
200 so far this fiscal year.
Fiscal year. So that is like the 30 month. And then the projection is more like 60 a month in the next fiscal year is the goal, but but now we only have 10% of the money. That is approximately 10% of the budget for this year remains available to the agency. So how is it?
Yeah, the difference is because we no longer have to pay for continuation of services for families who appeal. Oftentimes, the budget also included new families and then families who had exited, but we needed to basically keep them in our books. We've changed the regulations last year, and when we exit families who are in appeal, we no longer have to kind of continue to pay for their services.
Can we add on to
Yeah,
that?
Tanya wants to add something.
Yeah, and I think can you hear me
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. Sure.
I think what you might be looking at is again, how we structure our grants and contracts. And so this is what you're probably looking at is the contract that we have for the rental processing here. We pay that up front, so that's available. So it's obligated up front. That's why you're only seeing 10% remaining. It's the same thing about obligating that balance.
Okay. Still leaves the question of, okay, if it's this fiscal year, it's 30 or 40 a month, and next fiscal year, it's 60 a month, and this fiscal year, it's 36 million, and next fiscal year, it's 36 million. Help me.
Yeah.
How are we serving that many more people with the same number of dollars?
Yeah, it's because we started out with a large number, of folks that hadn't been exited yet. And so,
That was still in appeal.
mhm,
So
exactly.
this is working through that.
That's right. So
Okay.
we've now gotten that number down. We've exited a lot of families. We no longer have continuation of services. And so we're sort of balancing out as we go into fiscal year 27, able to serve more every month.
So and what's the cost per family for this? So if it's 60 a month, that's 700, well, yeah, 720 in a year. And $36 million, is that how much per
Per family per year.
family per year?
Per family per year, we have about $44,000, 562 for this year. And we know that it increases a little bit each year with rising cost of rents, everything else. So we have projected 46,518 for next fiscal year.
Okay, so the 46,000 times the 720, that gets you to the 36, and you feel like you can make that work. Okay. My impression is you're really trying in the FRSP space to only assign FRSP to families that have a prospect of increasing their income, maybe working already. How's that going? How's those matches happening?
So we had to modify a little bit as as you know, it's a new process. So we started to try to focus on families who were already employed. And then we had to open that eligibility a little bit to focus on families employed and or who are connected to a tech provider and working towards employment, so that we don't have an eligibility requirement of already being employed before going into FRSP, but at least connection with a tech provider and working towards employment is our eligibility. So if they come into shelter and they're not yet connected, we spend more time with them in shelter to get them connected before enrolling them in FRSP. But FRSP is not the only exit that we've been using.
Okay, and we'll come back around on this because the plan is, I think, 3/4 of the people who are in shelter might exit to FRSP. And so how ready will those folks be to build their income? If they're not ready to build their income, we're in the same problem that we're in right now. And if the key is that they've been connected to a tech provider, being connected to a tech provider is going to have to be a whole lot more meaningful in terms of prospects for increasing income than it has been to date. So we'll get to what your thoughts are in the tech world later. I've been joined by my Ward 5 colleague, Zachary Parker. I would turn to you, but I also could, if you would prefer, go through some of the cost pressures in the voucher space that you might find interesting. All right. So so we spoke the other day about their 500 PSH households who are currently supported by emergency housing, federal emergency housing vouchers. Is it your understanding now that the proposed FY27 budget includes any funding to keep those families housed?
No,
Okay. And then I think, does the 12, there's also a challenge of keeping our full complement of permanent PSH voucher families and housed. And I take it there may be cost pressure. I think I threw out a number of 12 to 15 million. Is that consistent with what you would expect, that we could face a cost pressure just to keep people who currently are housed with the voucher, that it would take like 12 to 15 million in order to protect and ensure that they can stay housed and paid for?
yeah, so let me modify my first answer. So my understanding is that the Housing Authority has enough money to keep those families housed for the first quarter, until the first quarter of the next fiscal year, so until December of 2026.
This is the EHV.
This is a fist for the EHV, so
Okay.
it's partially no.
Okay.
And then, yes, so that the second piece of your part of your statement is accurate.
So just to keep and people housed, 12 to 15 on the PSH generally, and some dollar amount for the 500 EHV for the last 3 quarters of FY27,
Mhm.
which is going to be a significant number.
Yes.
And so together, I don't know, do you have a ballpark sense of what that would be?
For the EHVs,
Yeah.
I think we have.
We believe it's about 14 million.
Okay. So the two things, is that 14 million for the year or for the 9 months?
For the year,
For the year.
for the year.
Okay, so it could be more like 12 for the 9 months. So we're looking at 24 to 27 million just to keep people who have roofs over their heads now, to keep paying them, because it doesn't mean they won't have a roof over their head. And one of the things that's pretty troubling about this is for the landlords, that we would privatize this social cost. They would have folks living in their apartment buildings not having rent paid for them, and they likely would have to go through an eviction process, so they would absorb the cost of this. But we're talking 24 to 27 million.
But just a reminder, Councilmember, the emergency housing vouchers, those are federal vouchers. So this is something that the rest of the country is dealing with as well, because their negotiation with HUD, who is not providing the resources to keep those families housed.
Oh, 100%. This is not an accusation. This is here we are in the budget process and trying to be very clear-eyed about what it is that we and others on the council would need to do in order to preserve the status quo. And I don't know whether we can, but I want to be able to say to my colleagues, this is what it takes. Like other years, there's been a conversation about how many more vouchers are we going to have. This year, the conversation is, can we keep the people who are housed and paid for? And even that it was a stretch for you, and a stretch for you before this EHV thing, because I think your understanding about how the EHV was going to work, it's been a shifting target, and DCHA has a different view today than they had 3 or 4 months ago.
Mhm.
We've got a very serious challenge. Part of the dynamic of that is when folks give up a voucher, you were not doing turnover vouchers. And so we'll see an erosion of the number. Even if we could keep everybody housed, we're going to see an erosion of the total number of people who are benefiting from vouchers,
Yes.
both at the local level and at the federal level. Um, so I think, I mean, we tracked through a bunch of different numbers, but you're basically confirming them that we looked at what were the costs in FY25, what were the costs in FY26, given what's happening, what's our projected cost for FY27. You've done the same thing, and you identify 12. Could it be higher than 12 to 15 million just to preserve what we have?
So we're looking at, other opportunities within our budget to reallocate funding, towards that, but that's probably the number that we are, targeting. Anything else to add to that? Tanya, anything else to add?
No, I think 15 million is a fair estimate of what we have not been able to, what we don't at this point have a plan to cover.
Okay. I think I'm gonna leave it on that sober note and turn to Councilmember Parker. I mean, it goes back to a theme that we were just talking about, like you're gonna look for money in other places in your budget. And there is a frustration like so much moves around inside of your budget, trying to track it and is a challenge. But on the other hand, to the extent that you can to keep people housed, let's make sure that you do that. I will now turn to Councilmember Parker, and if you have an opening statement, feel free.
Thank you, Chairperson Furman. By way of an opening statement, I would just say I think this is one of the most consequential agencies as it relates to human services. And it's pretty sobering just what is happening in the budget. Yes, there are federal pressures, as you all were just alluding to, but there were also choices made. And I think people are not fully aware or appreciate the consequences of what's in this budget. So I'm hoping we can jump in. Continuing from the conversation you were just having, how many people might be affected from the erosion of those vouchers? So we're talking about an elimination of roughly $25 million. You're citing that's in part because of federal cuts.
A couple of things. For us, we are committed to keeping everybody who is not just housed, but anybody who's been matched, who's in the lease-up process. So we'll continue to lease up families who've been matched this year, all the way into fiscal year 26. So that's a commitment that, I'm sorry, 27. So we'll continue to lease up additional families.
December of 27.
Through February right now. So we have in our budget, in our plan, to continue to match up to 34, lease up to 34 families a month, start into next fiscal year until February. But all of the families who will be leased up in the next fiscal year have already been matched this fiscal year. But that is a commitment that we have to continue to anybody who's been matched, anybody who has vouchers in hand, anybody who's in the process of looking for an apartment. The commitment is that we will keep them
Through
housed.
February of next year.
We will keep them housed through all of next fiscal year. What I'm saying about February of next year is when we will be at capacity in terms of having leased up everybody who's been matched. And the
Understood.
commitment is to keep everyone who is on a local voucher housed this fiscal year and the next fiscal year and beyond.
But
The 500, go ahead.
the conversation about the PSH vouchers and the roughly 25 million or so that will be short. There will be individuals that are currently housed that at some point there won't be funding to keep them housed.
Yes. So
And how many people might that impact?
we have 514 households, so a distribution of mostly singles and some and families.
Okay. And, I think Councilmember Fruman raises a sobering point that burden is going to then be transferred to landlords who are wanting to keep people housed, but also having to go through the process. What type of engagement, communication, or support is DHS providing to landlords to say, hey, we're going to run into this fiscal cliff shortly?
Yeah, so Councilmember, these are 100% federal vouchers administered by the Housing Authority. And we support those households with services, PSH services. So the Housing Authority just made us aware, actually, we just, actually, Councilmember Fruman flagged it to me Friday, because as of last week, before last week, the Housing Authority reemphasized over and over again that they would be able to continue to support those households with federal funding from HUD. So these are HUD federal vouchers.
I get that.
But so we do not administer those vouchers. So just to answer your questions around what kind of engagements we're doing with these landlords, this is, I think this is a
So you
housing
say
authority.
that's the
question.
housing authority's responsibility.
Yes. That is correct.
To your knowledge, has the housing authority issued any communication, or do they have a plan to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, but I think they are still trying to work with the federal government and HUD and the HUD partners to try to understand if they would reverse that decision. This is, I think it's fairly new development, but they have a
Understood.
little bit of time.
Okay. I wanted to come to TANF.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's already come up so far, but we know that TANF recipients who have been in the program for 60 months, beginning this next fiscal year, should nothing change, will begin being exited from the program. And the task force that has been assembled is working on a hardship policy to provide support to these group of individuals and residents. Can you speak more about what that hardship policy might look like for TANF recipients that are being exited?
Sure. One clarification to your statement, Councilmember, is that they're not going to be kicked off for having met 60 months starting in October, but they will lose 30% of their benefit.
It will begin a step-down
A step-down
process that
process.
eventually will lead to them being exited from the program.
That is correct, but but in fiscal year 27, well, we will not see. I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
But what is the hardship policy for those individuals who will begin being stepped down through the process?
Right, so we had a work group that involved members of council, TANF customers, advocates, providers and so forth. We are the National Association of Public Administration, who was our consultants that we hired to facilitate this process. They have we're still working through the final recommendations. We are now assembling a smaller group to sort of, propose the recommendation. So that hardship policy has not been finalized yet.
Okay. And from that working group, are the documents public, or will they be made public? Specifically, will the report it's my understanding there is a final report.
Yes, that report will be made public.
Okay. What is the cost if we wanted to reverse the step down process for fiscal year 27 or to delay it? What would be the cost of that?
You have that time handy?
For fiscal year 27, for the 30%, it would be 12.8 million.
Okay. And then do you have the numbers for the rest of the financial plan?
I do, just a second.
No worries, no worries.
So for 28, fiscal year 28, the cost would be 21.8 million.
So for fiscal year 27, we're looking at roughly 12 million, 28, that jumps to, I'm sorry, give me that number one more time.
Yeah, in fiscal year 28, now it would go to 100%, that would go to a full elimination of benefits for beyond 60 months. And so the cost to restore that would be 21.8 million.
Okay. Councilmember Freeman has his work cut out for him. Well, I want to keep moving for the sake of time. The UDC PAVS program, which provided educational and occupational training for TANF recipients, had its grant canceled for fiscal year 27. Are these services or supports being provided through another avenue, via DHS or elsewhere?
I think we wanted to make one correction around the TANF cash.
Yeah, I did. I just wanted to make sure that the number that I gave you would restore to what we had originally as the step down that we were planning. So that would restore to the 50% for fiscal year 28. If we wanted to restore to 100%, it would be basically double that. So it would be 43.2 million in fiscal year 28.
Got it. Even worse. Okay. And then the UDC Paths program.
So that was canceled in fiscal year 26, but it was so it's currently we're not operating it. We brought some of those services in-house. And then we have other services through our, SNAP and TEP program.
Okay, and when you say you brought those services in-house, can you elaborate?
So the team is, working with our customers and our other SNAP providers to just identify what services we can offer in-house before we refer to other SNAP programs. So we're working to create like a boot camp for clients who are to assess them before sending them or referring them to other providers.
Okay. On
Through
SNAP,
mhm.
since you brought that up, the district is now responsible for 75% of the administration costs.
Yes.
If the payment error remains low, will that translate into additional federal funding?
No, so the administrative distribution is across the board, no matter the error rate. So all of the states are now responsible for 75% of the administration costs, regardless of their payment error rate.
I see. Okay. That I'm out of time for this round, but thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
I don't, if you only had a little and you wanted to be efficient, I would give you more time. If you feel like you're going to want a full another round, great, wonderful. Going back to what Councilmember Parker was asking about numbers of families and individuals, there's two pools, right? There's the EHV folks, which is 521 families and or individuals. And then there's the PSH folks who there's the spending pressure around, who I think you were saying is about 500. So no? To the extent that I think
We said
what
50 million.
what Councilmember Parker had been asking, if I'm remembering correctly, was if we're talking about 12 to 15 million, how many families or individuals is that on the PSH side, on the spending pressure from PSH?
It's hard to quantify it in that way because it just really sort of depends. If we're talking about a household, the lease amount and so forth. So it would be hard to quantify like how many families or households would lose their rent, because the plan is for us to not let that happen.
Right. But I'm just doing math in my head. So if it were 40,000 was an average, and it's not necessarily, that would be 25 for a million. And so then when times 12 would be 300, 400 folks, 400 units. So we're talking about, between the two things, pressure on the order of 900 individuals and or families. Not
So-
being precise, but just trying to have the scale. And part of what I'm hearing you say is, we're not going to let it happen. We're going to keep people housed.
Mhm.
And the challenge for us in a budget context is, the implication is we're going to find the money somewhere, which means we don't understand. And so where it will come from. And have you, identified where you think it would come from?
Well, the executive has said that they would help us in execution.
So it's not inside of, and we reviewed this, it's not inside of the DHS budget, but somewhere out there, the executive is made a promise. We're gonna keep people housed. They're gonna find it someplace in this $22 billion budget. They're gonna find the
Maybe
the
a
40 billion,
combination, could
40
be a
billion.
combination of our budget. It could be something that we visited, after different revenue projection, but that's the commitment to keep the people folks house. But I think Tanya was saying something.
Yeah, no, just in terms of, what the impact would be, we really think about it more in the aggregate just because of the way the budget is structured. And so we'd be looking at how many months can we pay everybody's rent? And so what we're really looking at is towards the end of the fiscal year, we start to really have a problem. And so we need to identify those additional cost saving measures or get some additional cash towards the end of the year. So it's really an August, September challenge that you get to in terms of being able to cover the full month rent for everybody in the program at that point. I don't know if that helps, but it's more, we think about it that way.
No, it does help. I mean, what it tells me is we'll deal with it in next year's supplemental if we need to. But that is the kind of clarity that I was looking for. So I appreciate it. Did that happen this year? I mean, have we had cost pressures, and where did the money come from this year to the extent, how much money had to be brought in and where did it come from?
We received 6 million in the supplemental.
I mean, where it came from, who knows? It's in the supplemental. So did we see it coming? I mean, now I see it coming, honestly. And we're talking about it and you see it coming. Did we see it coming last year?
The funding was prorated in our budget, so we knew that there was a possibility, but what happened is that we leased up families in households and we caught up on the fact that we needed money for the full year.
And so we did. This is part of, like, we're trying to house people. It's good. And we're gonna deal with the cost pressure challenges when we get there, but we saw it coming. Yeah. How much of the increase year over year, like in the chart that I didn't really work you through, and the costs were 92 million in expenditures in FY25, 123 in FY26 planned, 135 in the FY26 27 budget, but we're thinking it's going to be higher than that. What's contributing? How much of that is about rent increases?
Rent increases and cost escalations there do play a role in this. We were looking at this because of these questions, and we did see that there's from 2021 for family rents alone, it was about a $10 million increase because of rent escalations. Most of this is really due to we've caught up, and so we are now going to be entering a year in 27 where we essentially have everybody leased up that's in the program. But starting in 26, we knew we were starting to get there as well. But again, that cost escalations do play a role in this. We think it's about $10 million again for family rents from 2021.
And at the DCHA hearing, I asked the acting executive director about this, and she said, they're not giving rent increases now. Are you giving rent increases? How does it work for you? Or is that all their department and they decide?
They just stop the rent increases and then we will follow suit because they send the rent standards.
Yeah. On this, I'll just editorialize just for a second that I have a bill about rent stabilization, and in talking with a number of big landlords, they charge the rent stabilized rent. They advertise the rent and they charge the rent stabilized rent. And they, in my opinion, are doing the right thing. Then there are others who are who are working the system and getting very high rents. With the rent freeze, the ones who did the right thing and are charging the rent stabilized rent, now they're disadvantaged. They may raise the rent on the rent stabilized customers in their building, but they won't get a rent increase for the voucher tenants in their building, even if the costs have increased and they would otherwise. So they'll be disadvantaged in serving and have a disincentive to serve voucher tenants. I really think, I mean, let's work together on figuring out how to rationalize the payments in this area, because there's not enough dollars to serve all the people we need to serve, and overpaying anybody is a mistake. Let the record reflect that the director shook her head. All right. You say in your response to question 32B that you anticipate only 10 families exiting PSHF and TAHF combined in FY27. Is that a typo? How is that possible?
What question?
32B.
So 300 individuals and 10 families. Yes, that is correct.
Seems like a low number. How's that possible? How did you arrive at that number, do you know?
Well, just from churn, what we observe. I mean, usually the only way we lose families is somebody, moving to another state or passing away. So we see that more for singles. So this is just historically what we've seen.
Okay. Rather than start a new topic, I think I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker.
Okay, awesome. I wanted to jump to housing support.
Yes.
What sort of shared housing models is the agency modeling, and what impact, if any, is this having on at-risk populations?
So we're very excited that we're piloting. We are starting with the young people, youth. So for the first time, we have flex, DC flex for young people, and we're working with one of our landlords for young people exiting transitional housing. We are working on roommate matching, and the way DC Flex works is that you get $7,800 per year to basically flexible funding, but to pay to go towards your rent. And we are currently in the design and piloting phase, and we are going to start with young people and kind of do some lessons learned, and then expanding it to singles.
Love that. When you say young people, is there an age group you're focused on?
Sure. So for us, is the transitioning age youth who will be transitioning out of transitional housing after 24. So these are the group that we're going to start with in terms of like the roommate matching, working with some landlords to allow for individual leases to support that process.
And is it you're going to distribute the funds to the young person, or will the flex program pay the landlord directly on their?
So the way it works is that there is funding that's uploaded in a bank account for the household, and then they are able to only draw down up to the amount of their rent each month. So to ensure that their rents are covered. So they have to show a ledger, they have to show that they're not behind more than, that 1 month. And that's the way DC Flex works.
Okay. How many families and individuals currently have access to DC Flex?
We have over 500 households enrolled in DC Flex. The majority of families, I believe it's about 415. I can get the exact number. Then 438. And then 2 years ago, we received 100 slots for singles, and we distributed between singles and youth. So we'll have about 41 slots for youth.
Got it. And that was going to be my next question, adding. And then for the non-youth, what is the allotment for them? Is it the same $7,800 a year?
Yes. So it's 78 for singles and 8,400 for families.
Got it. The budget contains 28.4 million for the agency to open a third bridge housing site.
Yes.
How many people do you anticipate being able to serve at that third site?
100,
100?
yes.
Okay. And I know there's been some discussion around capacity versus those housed. I'm assuming is that the total capacity of the building, that the building itself or this bridge housing site would hold? Or is that the total that you are looking to house at that location?
Yes, so a site has not yet been identified, but in terms of the size that we're targeting a building that could provide bridge housing for 100 beds. I want to clarify about DC Flex. It's $7,200 per year for singles, $8,400 for families.
7,200 for singles, 8,400
families.
for families, and then for this youth pilot,
7,200.
it will be 7,200 for them. Understood. In your responses, you note that the cost on average to shelter one family in short-term family housing for 1 month will be roughly 4,886.
Yes.
How do you calculate that cost?
I think it's all in costs, divided by the number of families that we can serve per month.
So if, let's say, we work with Councilmember Fruman and multiply that by X amount and add more to that line item, should we interpret that as you will have the capacity to house more people?
Not necessarily, because it depends on the sites that we have, right? Because by law, we have to provide non-congregate housing or units for families in shelter. So if we were to get at capacity, even with our extension sites, which we track very closely to not get at capacity. We have capacity right now in the system, but worst case scenario, if we maximize all of our non-congregate sites, building and so forth, we would have to move into shelter, to
Understood.
hotels, and hotels would be much more expensive.
Understood. And then before I move off of housing, two more things. So just putting a pin in the conversation you had with Councilmember Fruman, what I'm taking is we ought not to wring our hands about trying to solve the funding gap for the voucher crisis, because it sounds like the executive is working on a plan or will come up with some type of long-term strategy there.
The commitment is to make sure that we keep everybody who's housed and everyone who's in the lease-up process.
That's great news. That's because I thought we were going to start telling people, sorry, time is up. And then secondly, this is way in the weeds. But I visited Sasha Bruce and their drop-in center, longstanding organization that's doing work. And they received, I'm paraphrasing. So what I interpreted from our conversation is that they received word that their drop-in center wouldn't have funding for the coming year. And can you just speak to how did we end up here? That such a longstanding trusted partner is now scrambling, trying to find funding for a drop-in center.
So Councilmember, as you know, in terms of procurement process and laws, we have to re-solicit any programs that we had. And last summer, we issued a new solicitation for all of our standing drop-in centers. And then there's a, ranking criteria to identify who ranks, the highest. One of the new ranking criteria for our drop-in centers is whether or not a site was ADA accessible. It's important for all of our young people, including young people in wheelchairs.
It's my understanding they made a commitment to come into compliance.
So they they were giving additional time to show their plans to get into compliance, and based on the review panel, after reviewing those plans, they were not adequate. There was another application that met the ADA compliance
Okay.
that we did. So unfortunately, they were not selected, but they were given notice and they did not lose it within the first month. They were told that they had until the end of the calendar year. So we continue to fund them until December of this fiscal year, but December of last calendar year. Until December
Understood. And
2020.
there was some discrepancy whether or not it was because of the ADA compliance. So you're saying they didn't get the grant because of the ADA issue.
They lost, yes, they lost
Understood.
some points in their ranking because of the ADA compliance.
Understood. And I'm assuming the agency provided feedback to what it are the expectations for the ADA compliance.
We've had many conversations. I've spoken to the executive director myself on many occasions, but also I asked my team to give feedback to them. We've had several conversations with Sasha Bruce to explain. to them.
Understood. If we as a council were to find funding for this drop-in center, because again, I can't even think about what might happen if a trusted partner just doesn't, let me cut to the chase. If we find the money to support them outside of the specs of that grant, what impact, if any, might that have on your internal processes? Or would you discourage us from trying to do that?
I don't know if I can speak on I think that I may have to probably have a conversation with our legal counsel to see how we would then fund a program that we're not currently funding outside of the solicitation. But let me just say this, and Sasha Bruce being operating is a net positive for the young people that we serve,
Absolutely.
right? So this, they are our partners in other contracts as well. They also received a new grant from us for domestic violence work, so in a space that they were not historically in. So if and I'm very pleased to know that they've been able to continue their operations with private, funding. So that's basically what I feel comfortable answering
Understood.
at this point. Their
Understood.
presence,
And I do know they
is positive.
They are doing private fundraising. I will speak for myself, and I'm interested in supporting if possible. But I know sometimes when the council leans in, when there are contracts and things involved, that can complicate situations. So I would love to just work with Councilmember Fruman and your team to just make sure we're not overstepping while trying to ensure that they can keep their doors open to young people that count on them. So
Sounds good.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker, and thank you particularly for those questions. I mean, we've had a little bit of back and forth on this, and since our last conversation, I have not had any other conversations, but there is different perspectives about where Sasha Bruce was in the process and where they and how much space they had to come up with a plan that worked, and what the feedback from the agency. In any case, I hear you that from your perspective, you went through a contract process and you feel like you complied with your contract process. For us to step in, I think, does not disrupt you complied with your contract process. We, as a policy matter, could also make a determination that we want to see this longstanding partner not weakened, and that would not necessarily implicate decisions that you made, but it would be, and I believe, in our prerogative to do something like that. But we can keep that conversation going. When we last spoke, you briefly mentioned a change in case management for survivors of domestic violence in PSH. Can you describe what that change is?
I think you're referring to the domestic violence voucher set aside that we have within our emergency housing vouchers. So we have about 41 households in our that were attributed to domestic violence providers to provide services. We are just trying to identify efficiencies in our budget, council members. So we have now, I think, about $1 million in our sole source, and some of this funding is to go towards the services. So we are proposing a $200,000 reduction in that line item, and to see if there are some families that we can serve within our housing support services so that we can leverage Medicaid. We will do that. If not, we'll continue to serve them through that contract. So we are just proposing about $200,000 cut in those, because we think that we can find efficiencies through that line item.
And this is one where you think you can find efficiencies And you have an idea of how you might find those efficiencies.
Exactly.
And not just a mandate, please go out and find efficiencies, but you have an idea.
Yes.
And so, I mean, my next question was, how much would it cost for us to restore to make sure that we got the services that we have always intended to give? And I think I'm hearing you say, you don't need to do that because we're going to be able to cover it in this other way. There were $700,000 in local cuts in this space. Can you break it down for me?
So it's $500,000 now. If you take the $200,000 and you put it aside. So for the last couple of years, we've had one-time funding added to a baseline for domestic violence in the tune of $500,000. We've been very transparent with the community that they've been one time. So they're not baseline funding. Obviously, because we've had it the last couple of years, they've been baked in to the providers, operations. So we have about 5 providers who were distributed these one-time funding to kind of support additional services, victim services, flexible, financial support and so forth. And they will not do this funding. This funding is just not in our budget for next year.
And this is not driven by, oh, there isn't a need. This is the mayor's policy of where it was one-time funding. You're maintaining baselines that the mayor had created as opposed to after council one-time funding additions.
Right. So it would be helpful if council puts it in a budget as a baseline, but by putting it in one-time funding, it kind of puts us in the situation that way it appears that it's a cut. It's just that the one-time funding was not restored.
Right. But doesn't the idea that there is an acute need out there, that is not disputed.
No.
I mean, and we are seeing this is a particular area where we are seeing a real increase in domestic violence. And so this is one that we will look to see if there's something that we can do. I had questions on, is there a policy rationale, et cetera? No, it's just that it was one-time funding.
Yes.
There's also a reduction to PSH from eliminating domestic violence specific services for survivors and shifting their case management. Oh, we spoke to this.
Yeah, we spoke to that.
And that's the 200,000. You think you're going to be able to figure that 200,000?
Yes.
So the hole that needs to be filled, I've described it as a hole, is the 500,000. I understand that agency also risks imposing a significant cut to DV providers by making them adopt program rules that are inconsistent with the Violence Against Women Act under VAWA. For instance, services must be voluntary, and providers who mandate services cannot get federal funds. I understand DHS has been informing providers that it will be forcing them to adopt HSRA program rules that, among other inconsistencies with VAWA, do require services. Is that a decision DHS would consider revisiting so that we don't force providers to choose between district and federal funding? Do you know the dynamic that I'm talking about?
Yeah, but we would be, yes, we would be, I'll look at it a little closely, council member. I mean, for us, it's very important that, victim of domestic violence, when they come and receive their services, they feel safe. Their safety is, at most important. So we'll work with the community to understand where the rub is. I think what it is that a lot of our housing programs, they are governed by the HSRA. So then if it's not a program that's under our Homeless Services Reform Act, this is where oftentimes we are limited in terms of where the regulations that govern certain, funding, but we'll work to, with the providers to understand where there needs to be maybe flexibility on their parts, maybe to understand, to ensure that, they meet the regulations on our part.
This is the kind of thing like required, voluntary, and it may end up being that the difference which in uptake isn't very different depending on how you label it. And if a person rejects voluntary services, it's not clear that they would be particularly compliant in mandatory services. If there's a change we need to make, because we don't want to leave federal money, we don't want to inadvertently disqualify providers from getting access to federal money because of a provision that we're imposing. So let's work together on that.
Okay.
The proposed budget eliminates 600,000 in funding for the transgender non-conforming workforce development grants in the youth transitional housing budget. During performance, you said this program would be implemented on a smaller scale and would serve 20 individuals. That's 30,000 per placement. Why is the program as costly as that?
You said, why is the program as costly? What is your
Yeah,
question?
Yeah.
Just the last sentence. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Why is this program so expensive per placement?
So we have proposed to cut this program the last couple of years because we were not seeing the outcomes that we felt we needed to see in terms of young people being employed. So this was something that was also cut or paused last summer when we were because of the budget situation, the mistake that Congress made in our budget. So this year it was restored, but we've only added one provider. I think it was the word is escaped me, but they're gonna come back to me. But anyway, we already had one provider, and we just proposed eliminating this program because we're not getting HIPs. We're not getting the outcomes that we felt were for such an expensive program. What we've done is we've required all of our transitional housing providers for young people to have an employment specialist and to help them kind of connect with the broader workforce development programs throughout the city.
Okay, and which career paths was the program focused on?
Which career path?
Yeah.
So they were basically just targeting LGBTQ young people who sometimes need also more case management to enter the workforce. So they were culturally sensitive and helping them and provided some follow-up and job placements. So it was a workforce program.
What I was asking is, which areas of work were you trying to train people or get people linked to?
Oh, I
My
see.
impression is it's something like hospitality and
I'm not sure. I think the different providers may have had their, different specialties.
okay. If funding were no object, would you recommend supporting or eliminating this program? Like some things are cost pressure things where you've cut at them. Some things are efficiencies that you're looking for. On this one, if we had the money, would you want to do it?
It didn't seem like we were getting that. I'm not sure DHS is the right place for this particular program. It does not appear that we were getting just really, really good outcome from this program.
Okay. All right. I think before starting another topic, I think I'll turn it back to Councilmember Parker.
On the domestic violence partners or any housing partner, I've heard instances where residents were not receiving supports that they were supposed to receive, or there were certain experiences in the housing complex that, they were complaining about. What is the accountability mechanism for providers that are partnering with DHS? Or what is the recourse that either a tenant and or someone concerned can explore to address what's happening?
So from a family services administration, so we don't provide direct services, but all of our staff we have program staff and contract staff to track compliance and outcomes and so forth. So I have not heard any complaints on the DV side, I have to say. So that's why I was asking my colleague if we've seen it in the OPRMI space. It's kind of like, making sure that we are communicating how folks can share grievances, but we monitor for compliance, we monitor for outcomes. We do post in all of our shelters and our sites where clients can share grievances or make complaints. So that's
And
what
they can reach out to who to make those complaints?
Yeah, we do for concerns about what might be happening with one of our providers or in our shelters, we can, there can always be a complaint filed with our Office of Program Monitoring. And it's our OPRMI team. They can file a UIR with them. We also have a phone number that, you know, where our team can be accessed. And they will look into any concerns about treatment in our programs.
Awesome. I know you may not have it offline, but if you can get that number, because when a neighbor brings these concerns, you know, I know that may not be something necessarily I elevate to the director, but it would be nice to be able to point them.
Yeah,
I mean, I would say, you know, Councilmember, anything that comes to you, feel free to elevate to me. Because,
Understood.
you know, I don't have eyes everywhere, and it's good for me to also see. But all of our program rules also have to the clients who they need to call in terms of escalation per program. But anything that comes to your attention, please make sure that you
Okay.
can always reach out to me.
yeah. And the phone number is listed on our website. That is 202-671-4460. So that's a number folks can call.
And that's for the Office of Program.
OPRMI, yes. Mhm.
Give me the name one more time. I'm sorry.
It's Office of Program Review, Monitoring and Investigation.
Got it. Okay, truancy. I saw the mid-year report, which tracked progress through February of this year, and it seemed like good news.
I think so.
It's worth noting that we haven't really moved the needle on truancy as a city. And so this is a glimmer of hope that this pilot in DHS seems to be showing signs of progress. It's worth noting the mayor in her budget also included a BSA, but also funding to make the program permanent, which I personally support.
Great.
The report mentions that 71% of students that were truant this time last year are no longer for this current school year. Can you speak to the steps the pilot has taken to reduce truancy that seems to be paying off?
Yes, so thank you for acknowledging the glimmer of hope that this program is bringing in, and our team's been working very hard. So I appreciate you for recognizing the work. So we are now in 10 schools. We were able to onboard 3 additional schools in the last couple of weeks. And while it was a slower start because of hiring and so forth, we are I'm very excited about what we're seeing. I mean, it is a pilot, and then it's going to take a while for us to see the magnitude of the impact that it can have. But right now, the way it works is when for high schoolers that we are in, for high schools where we are operating, anyone who has reached 15 absences or more, they get referred to us. In our triage, we identify which is the best path. Sometimes it's just truancy education, brief case management, or longer term case management with PASS. We really find that this intervention really works for families because we are able to do things that the schools cannot. Like, we don't just provide services in the school, we are in the school as well, but we are in the community, we're in the home where young people naturally exist. And we do think that, and then we are able to also connect them with our other programming within YSD.
Yeah, I think the secret sauce is the case management support that these young people are receiving. And if I could be on my soapbox as the chair of the Youth Account Committee on Youth Affairs that oversees CFSA, great team, but they aren't providing case management support. In fact, they're screening out most of the cases that are referred to them as it relates to truancy. And so again, I know it was a small sample size. Do you plan to update the report at the end of the school year to account for the new schools you're bringing on?
Yep, absolutely. So we'll have another report at the end of the summer.
Nice. Okay. Well, I'm going to be advocating. I think we have some headwinds that some people don't trust this path forward, but I'm going to be rooting for you all in
Thank
hopes
you.
that we can keep pushing.
We appreciate that, Council.
I wanted to switch to workforce development, and the budget includes a reduction of over 600,000 for transitional housing youth line, which has been used to fund workforce development for LGBTQ youth in particular. Does this reduction result in an elimination of the program altogether?
Yes.
Okay. And then last year, I believe I worked with Councilmember Fruman to fund this program. And one of the critiques that I heard from one of my colleagues is, well, the workforce development is only focused on cosmetology, or the participants only are seeking out cosmetology, and it's not as expansive as it could or should be for the dollar amount. Can you speak to the effectiveness of the program and or the reasons why it was eliminated?
So the reason why it was proposed to be eliminated in the first place is because we were not seeing the outcomes, a little bit of what you've heard from your colleagues too. We're not seeing the outcomes that we were hoping to see. Last year, we had a stop work on that program specifically when we were looking to stop funding because of the issues in our budget, held with the CR in Congress. So this is one of the programs that we had stopped in the middle of the fiscal year. It was restored in our budget this year, and then we were going to issue another solicitation, but again, it was restored as one time. So we were careful about issuing a new solicitation for just half of the year ultimately. So what we decided to do this year, as opposed to issue another solicitation, we had a provider who still had an option year left in the program. HIPS was that one provider. So we then continue to only fund HIPS for the rest of this fiscal year.
And when you say fund HIPS, are they employing, I think it was like trans individuals through their workforce development
Their
program?
workforce, exactly. So they're helping, place trans individuals through their workforce.
And so if we wanted to fund this program, I imagine those same concerns would exist in terms of the effectiveness. And
Yeah,
how,
if you wanted to refund this program, we would issue a new solicitation. So there would not be a program that would start on day one, because we would have to look at the program model to make sure that we have better outcomes. We would not be against it, but I just really want to just preface that we would not be issuing a grant in the beginning of the fiscal year. We probably would use maybe the first quarter to redesign the program so that it could lead to better outcomes.
understood. And then related, but not on workforce, LGBTQ youth homeless service providers, like the Wanda Austin Foundation or SMILE, are worried about the 6% budget cuts embedded in the budget. I believe it's to the tune of about $150,000, if I'm not mistaken. Can you just speak to or justify the rationale behind those cuts?
And so it would be a cut that is distributed across the board to all of the providers. So there is a cut in youth homelessness, and so each provider would probably feel a 6% reduction in their total, grants. We plan to just work very closely with each provider to help identify cuts that have the least impact on young people. And for us, that means preserving beds, shelter beds. So we recognize that it's just a difficult budget year, and we would just work with the providers to make sure that it has minimal impact to the young people as much as possible.
And is that the dollar amount, the 148,000 figure?
Are you talking per provider? The overall reduction is approximately 1.6 million. But again, that would be distributed across the provider pool.
I'm talking in terms of the youth line item in particular. Is it 1.6 million?
It's about 1.6 million total. It's coming out of two distinct lines in that budget.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. I would just say editorially that I'm also really worried about our supports for families and individuals receiving benefits. And while I know some of it's out of your control, I do worry, and I look forward to working with my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, to think about how can we drastically ramp up supports to get people connected to jobs to protect and preserve those benefits. So more to come on that, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Councilmember. Parker. We are now joined by Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder. Councilmember Felder, would you like to make an opening statement or start your first round? Sure. There you go.
Thank you, Chairperson Fewman. Director, it's always good to see you and members of your senior leadership team. I'll be hopping back and forth between different hearings, so I'll just go ahead and chime in. Director, could you provide me with an overview of the Naylor Road Shelter?
So we have two buildings in Naylor Road. They are, I believe that both of them are offline right now for renovations. One of the sites was used for hypothermia extension this past hypothermia season, but they are currently offline for renovations.
Could you share the projected timeline for completion of those renovations?
Yes, it's fall 2027.
Okay, and you said there's two buildings?
That's right.
Okay, I noticed that the project costs $9 million, but $2 million was allocated in FY 2027, and then in FY 26, there was 7 million that was allocated, but none of that money went to use. Could you explain why that was the case?
That would be just the status of the project, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, it's currently, DGS is working at this point on evaluating the design build contract bids for award. And so those have not yet been, the awards have not already been in place. So it's really just a matter of when the funding is needed to complete the project.
Okay, and you said by next year it will be,
Projected fall 2027. I
okay, and how many beds?
believe it's 28 beds.
Okay.
Yeah, I
There-
believe it's 28 units. I can find
Yeah,
that.
they're apartments, so
Yeah, it's 28 units total.
Okay. Thank you. The FY 2027 proposed budget implements TANF step downs beginning October 1 for households receiving benefits longer than 60 months. Could you speak to what protections are being considered for families facing housing instability?
So we will continue to have a strong, we will continue to have a strong safety net in terms of our housing and in terms of our, TANF cash program. For families who are, who have received the TANF cash benefits for more than 60 months, they will experience a 30% reduction to their benefits in fiscal year 27. So we have started communication with our customers. We are in the process of also finalizing a hardship policies for folks who are either not able to work or not continue to engage in activities to find employment, but we'll spend the next year and a half ensuring that we help support the families and get them connected to services as much as possible in anticipation of the potential loss of benefits in fiscal year 28.
With the 30% reduction in those benefits, how is that being articulated to those families who may be receiving those benefits?
So, there's what we have done already and what we plan to do. So we have started just communicating that and sending notices to families, updating our website, sending, message on social media. But we do recognize that there are a lot of changes that's happening in the public benefits sector in general. There's changes to TANF and SNAP, as well as Medicaid, increased work requirements. So we are working with Department of Healthcare Finance on communication vendor, the kickoff for that, so that we can create a communication campaign. So the kickoff for that is scheduled for tomorrow, actually, and then we'll have a timeline of the different activities for the kickoff.
Now, with so many changes in policy, how will you evaluate success? What metrics are you guys implementing to make sure that with these policies, there's no loss in communications with our most neediest residents?
This is why we recognize that we needed to do something, to enhance our communication than the tools that we currently had. So that's why we will be working with a, outside communication vendor. We've been with our agency partners to make sure that they are very much aware of the changes as well, so that we are distributing any materials that we are creating to other agencies such as DCPS, OSSI, and whatnot, because they also serve the same residents. And then this will just be an ongoing communication. There are a lot of changes happening at once, and we don't take it lightly that this is gonna require a lot of behavior change for our residents to kind of continue to receive the benefits. And our job is to make sure that not just that we communicate, but we also enhance our services to help them have better outcomes when they receive services from us.
Are there any internal conversations with other sister agencies who may also be providing some type of support to the same individuals that are receiving benefits from DHS?
Absolutely. So we've increased our collaboration with the Department of Employment Services so that we can help identify just 3 different lanes for when folks are coming to receive either SNAP or TANF, so that we can make better increase our referral system to DOES. So that's something that's ongoing, really working with also the Deputy Mayor for Education, the City Administrator, and to look at across our system where we need to make sure that we bring other entities together in order to help people get connected, to stay connected.
Thank you. Director, could you describe the TANF workforce program?
So the TANF and employment workforce programs, we have about 7 vendors that we support, and they play 2 roles. They play a role of compliance to help keep families connected to their benefits. They also provide incentive cash payments for when families are engaged either in work activities or who get connected to work. They also support our 2Gen activities, so to encourage families to engage with not just improving their education and employment outcomes, but also the outcomes for their children as well.
Now, with the $11.5 million reduction, which is proposed in your FY 2027 budget, how will this impact that program?
It will impact us because we'll probably lose 2 providers. We'll go from 7 to 5. We'll lose 2 providers.
With the reduction in providers, how are you looking to make sure that there's no reduction in services?
So right now, we recognize that we have a lot of providers who may have residents in their enrollment who are not participating. So we're going through all of those roles to ensure that we do outreach to folks who are not participating. But if people are not participating, then they may get discharged from a TEP provider, so that we can give opportunity to other residents who are participating. But there are 2 pieces. We recognize that we need to improve the outcomes from the TEP program. So this year we are looking to retool in terms of contract modification some of the outcome measures that we expect from our TEP providers, including changing the payment structures, so reducing the baseline payments, and then shifting the structures of how we provide incentives to both the client and the providers. And next fiscal year, we plan to redesign the program completely, and we'll issue a new solicitation at fiscal year 27.
Now, I noticed you talked about a reduction in providers. Could you speak to how you will maintain your workforce development and employment outcomes following the reductions in this program?
Yes, so we are working to modify our current grants to improve outcomes and change the payment structure. And then so we help connect families and households to high-paying vocational programs so that they can have a job at the end of the programs. And then next fiscal year, we'll issue a new solicitation to have improvement in the program.
Thank you. And I know with such a massive budget and so many programs, you have to make some decisions. Could you speak to what metrics inform the decisions to lead to this reduction?
So we looked at efficiencies and where we had opportunities to one, where we had some underspent. So this program we're underspending from what we had budgeted into the program. So the overall real impact to the TEP program is about 3.4 million, not necessarily the full 11 million, because it was, there were unspent funds there. And we are looking at the programs, the providers that have better outcomes.
Thank you, for that. And, you mentioned you are working internally with other DC government agencies. Could you speak specifically on how you're working with DOES around workforce development gaps?
Yes, so DOES is already one of our SNAP ENT providers, but in the last couple of months, we've improved our working relationship to just really identify where they may have additional capacity through their American Job Center, to looking at, the way we're thinking about changing the referral system for customers who are receiving SNAP is right now, not everybody needs our SNAP ENT program. So, after the assessment, after a customer comes to check for eligibility for SNAP, they may be self-sufficient enough that they may not need the services of a SNAP ENT provider. So we'll make referrals directly to DOES, either to American Job Corps or any other of their workforce program. So we're looking at creating 3 different lanes so that we can have 3 different paths of referrals versus the one referral path that we had currently, which is just to our SNAP ENT providers.
Thank you for that, Director. Now, Director, Ward 7 and 8 continues to host a substantial share of the district's shelter and bridge housing infrastructure, including facilities such as 801 East and other low-bearing shelter operations. My question, Director, how much of DHS's FY 2027 budget goes towards homeless services and shelter operations being invested east of the river, particularly in Ward 7?
I don't know if we have it identified per ward. I can tell you that our new shelter in 801 East it is one of the best ones that we have. When we have, visitors from other jurisdictions, we do like to kind of showcase our 801 East. So we are modeling other shelter renovations to make sure that they are kind of up to par with the one that we had in 801 East. But the funding distribution is not really identified per ward. Know that the Mayor Bowser's strategy was to make sure that we had at least 4 family shelter, a shelter in each ward, so that it can the shelters distributed throughout the city and not concentrated in one area of the city.
Well, just a follow-up to that. Could you speak to how you guys evaluate what's the word I'm looking for? Could you express how you guys evaluate geographic equality when determining whether a shelter or bridge housing facility goes into a community or ward?
Yes, so we have a heat map that identifies where all of our shelters are. It is important for us that we distribute where our sites are. Currently, if we have a site replacement, we try to keep replacing in approximately the same area. And most of our shelters are distributed throughout the city.
And my last question, could you speak to what investments accompany those shelter facilities?
In terms of improvement?
Or investments or services that normally comes? Yes.
Yes, so we provide case management in all of our shelters, from family shelters, from low barrier shelters. We are looking at potentially having a different case management model in our low barrier shelter. In the past couple of years, we've implemented a housing focused case management in our low barrier shelters to ensure that everyone in shelter has a housing plan, so they know what services they qualify for, because a lot of sometimes families, or I'm sorry, singles were hoping to get a voucher, and the reality is that we don't have enough vouchers for everyone, and it's important that individuals know what services and what exits they qualify for so that we can move towards that particular exit.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. I'm gonna go back for a second on the youth homelessness and the 6% cut. And you do say, I think, that you want to do this and identify reductions that will have minimal impacts on services, and you want to make sure, I guess the goal is no loss of beds. This is another one of those places where I think there was one-time funding, and so the reduction, whether it's a reduction or a non-renewal of one-time funding is an open question. But the question of whether or not this can be done without a reduction in beds, we have providers who are worried about that question. What makes you think it can be done without a reduction in beds? I mean, we've talked about a number of different things where there have been cuts or non-renewals, and in some of them, you have a strategy. In others, you have a mandate to find efficiencies. What's the situation here? Do you have a plan for how this can be done where we avoid loss of beds, or you're gonna find one?
We're going to be working with the providers to ensure that this is kind of like our North Star and really understand why the reduction, why that would be the only option to reduce beds, so that, because that's a commitment. We want to make sure that we don't have a reduction in beds in our system.
Yeah, I mean, and this could be another one of these things of front-loading payments and where we are in the year, but it appears that only 8% or 44,000 of the youth PSH budget remains available to spend in FY 26. Is that a reflection of spending pressure in that area, or is that a reflection again of the schedule of budget payments?
It's not a spending pressure, no.
So it's part of contract design. It's that big upfront payments and then payments over time.
Right, that would be how we have to obligate the funding for our vehicles, yep.
Yeah. Yes, that's one of the reasons. One of our mandates is to ensure when you have a contract that we fund the contract for the whole period of the contract. That's what we try to do.
Mhm. Okay. I mean, and there's a lot of cuts out there, and you're going to work with the providers to try to make sure that we avoid. And if we can't avoid, then I guess what I'm hearing you say is that there is a commitment from the executive to try to backfill from some other source so that we don't.
No, I mean, I can't say that for the youth. I think this is what we are hopeful, that we are able to minimize the impact by not removing any beds in the youth system. If it comes to that, the only option, we'll revisit that, but right now, that is the plan, to try to minimize the impact on the residents we serve, and the biggest impact would be loss of beds. But
Go ahead.
yeah, so our youth shelters are not all at capacity, but they're very close to capacity. So we want to always make sure that we have, some wiggle room to see if there's increased capacity.
Yeah, I
We'll just
guess
make
what
that
I'm
up.
trying to figure out is, I mean, there are different kinds of cuts that are out there, and we said this already, but do you have some reason to think that you might be able to secure 6% in savings without having to have an impact on bed? Do you see some sort of inefficiencies that point in that direction, or it's just a hope that you'll be able to find it?
Currently, so hope that we'll be able to find it.
In response to question 46, you shared that although you hired a contractor to conduct HIPAA risk assessment, the agency will have an ongoing need to conduct these assessments and will use existing FTEs to do so. DHS previously shared that the contract will go from March to December of 2026 and will cost around $168,000. What's the rationale for hiring a contractor rather than leveraging existing resources?
So we did have some key staff out on approved leave. So we really needed to bring in some of that extra support. We also knew that we had a little bit of catch-up work to do to make sure that we did a very comprehensive across the board agency-wide risk assessment, particularly looking at HIPAA, but we really needed to do that work comprehensively. Even if we had that staff on board, it was a pretty tall order. So we needed to do this work to catch up. And then going forward, we anticipate being able to do this with our onboard staff.
And how many FTEs do you think you need in order to be, how many FTEs do you think you need in order to do this ongoing work?
We have again, a filled position who would sort of take the lead on coordinating that work. And we did have some vacancies that we are now very close to filling if they haven't already come on board with our security team, who are also, part of doing those ongoing risk assessments. So I think we have the FTEs we need. We've been able to fill, again, the ones on our security team, and we'll have the other position is just on leave.
Okay. And the contract that you have, will it focus on existing information sharing, or will it also be designed to try to help the district gain a better understanding of additional data sharing opportunities, such as improved coordination in the homeless services system? This is a tricky area and you don't want to make a mistake. On the other hand, there's all of these disparate information sources and folks could benefit from having access to it. To what extent is this an audit for weaknesses, and to what extent is it a review for opportunities for increased and improved data sharing?
I think what we're hoping to see is both an understanding of where we may have some gaps now that we need to make sure we have the right, we're doing the right things to address any gaps, as well as recommendations that we're expecting from the vendor about anything we need to be thinking about doing a little bit differently going forward.
Okay. During a recent budget presentation, the agency said an apparent $2 million enhancement to HPP was supposed to go to alleviating PSH cost pressure. Your response to the pre-hearing question says that an errata letter will suggest lowering the budget for HPP by $2 million. Is the idea that that will then move over to fund PSH?
Yes, that is, if it,
If
that is
we
the
did
plan,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, and when do you think we can expect that errata letter?
No, should you have? Yeah, I have no idea,
Yeah.
Councilwoman.
Errata letters, last year there was something that was coming in an errata letter and I thought, oh, wow, that's great, it's solved, but it's not solved. It's a suggestion to us of how we ought to solve it. Okay. We talked about Sasha Bruce, Shirley's Place, and Muriel's, is that right? The healthy babies. So Shirley's Place, how was the decision made to reduce the funding for Shirley's Place?
Councilmember, it's a very tough budget year. The district currently operates and sponsors 3 drop-in centers, the Downtown Day Services Center, Adams Place Day Services Center, as well as 801 East. It's one of those, difficult funding decisions that is paid through the sole source, and that we made a decision to remove.
Okay. It's just difficult budget. It's not, they're not doing great work. It's not, there might not be a need. It's, we have 3, we need to find reductions in different places. And so this is a place. Okay. So truancy, good for you. You had Councilmember Parker come out and shill for you.
Yes.
No, shill is not a fair word. So, I mean, when we look at the data, I don't find it as compelling. In terms of changes in GPA from people who participate in the program, it feels like GPAs go down for everybody, but they go down more for the folks who participate, even compared to where there was, you were unable to reach a parent, to the extent that there's gains in attendance after briefcase management. The number seems small, and the magnitude of the gains, I think it's 2% in school year 24-25, and school year 25-26, it's negative 4%. So the number that folks seem to be focusing on is this 71% whose attendance, to explain, unpack the 71% number for me.
Gladly. Thank you, Councilmember. So the 71% is from the, it only focuses on the schools who were in the first year of the pilot and also in the second year of the pilot. So what the number represents is that 71% of the young people who were referred in year one this year were not referred in year two because they did not meet the level that would require for them to be referred, meaning that they've attended more school this time, by this time this year, than they had last year.
Well, they attended, way I interpret it is they've missed less school at this point this year
Yes,
than they missed last year.
at the same point.
At the same point?
Yes.
It is compared, that's the comparison?
Yes, that's the comparison. Yes.
And then what percentage of, so these were kids who had crossed the 15 absence threshold. They could still have 10 absences, right? But these are kids who crossed the 15 threshold last year. And all of the kids in those schools who crossed the 15 threshold are referred.
Mhm.
Okay. And if you didn't cross the 15 threshold,
You're not referred.
you're not referred. And so then I'm trying to figure out, is there a control group? Is there a way to see, because one of the things, like some of the results that we see, they're not particularly different for people who went through case management for at all, or 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, or the parent refused. As I look at different data sets, impact is hard to see. What would I compare this 71% to? Is it another school? How many kids were truant in one year and then were not truant in the next year?
Yeah, I mean, if we're not tracking that, but if you wanted to track, let's just say another school that had high truancy rate that we did not provide services for, who would have been referred to our program had we been in that school, and whether or not the same group of kids are truant again the following school year. That would be like a control group in a school with high truancy rates, but that who are not enrolled in our pilot.
Okay. And so that 71% figure, and that's helpful because that gives me a way of testing it, testing that figure. That 71% figure is one data point that you all are using to say, this is working. And
It's promising.
It's promising. I want it to work. I just also want to make sure that we're spending our dollars in the truancy space in the way that is going to have the biggest impact. And I'm struggling more than my colleague. The fact that my colleague's not struggling suggests maybe my struggle is not going to be, won't go anywhere. But in any case, I'm struggling to see the significant impact. And you point to the 71%. Is there any other data in the mix that you would point to as showing
Yeah.
promise?
So The data is preliminary, Councilmember. Now, let me just also just remind you in terms of where we are with the pilot. So we started in year one. Last year we were in 5 schools. 4 out of the 5 schools that we started in last year returned this year. Last summer, we were also on a hiring freeze, so we were not able to necessarily get to the capacity that we needed to be. But we still pushed on, and this year we extended our footprint by opening 6 additional schools, not just 5 additional schools, because one of the schools that we were in last year decided not to kind of continue. And this year we are in 10 schools, including 1 middle school. Where I see outside of just the 71% of, the return truancy, where I see the program being successful is that this is really the only intervention right now that exists that is proactively in the community, in the school, in the households for the young people. We don't have any other programs out there. A lot of the programs sometimes kind of focus on what's happening in the school. And we are seeing, progress with a small uptick of families saying yes to case management this year compared to last year. We anticipated originally that only 25% of the families would say yes to case management. Last year, that number was 42. This year, that number is 47%. So the data is still preliminary, but we are seeing, we are hopeful.
Okay, so another promising figure is more parents accepting case management. I guess I then look at average, so receive brief case management and improved attendance. It looks like in 24-25, that 47% of the folks who received case management improved their attendance, and that was 18 kids. In 2025-26, it's 29% improved, received brief case management and improved attendance, but unable to reach parent and improved attendance in 24-25 was 36%. So it's 36% if you couldn't contact the parent, 47% if they engaged in brief case management. In 25-26, unable to reach the parent, 23% improved attendance, and 29% if they, when you were unable to reach the parent, and 29% improved after receiving brief case management. And it doesn't look like a lot.
Is that a question, Councilmember?
Yeah, no, it's a thinking out loud. Okay, let me, in the last 2 school years, 51 students, or 10% of all students referred, improved their attendance after participating in case management. Participating students' GPAs not only get worse after participating in the program, but they decrease much more than the students whose parents were unable to be reached. So I want, in the March 31st report released on Monday morning, DHS said there are 383 referrals this year. In the agency's response to pre-hearing questions, the agency said there have been 406 referrals. Is the data we received in response to pre-hearing questions just more recent, or what explains that difference?
Yes, so yes, there's data that was from the report, there's data from the pre-hearing questions, and then we have just updated data. What is the question?
The question is, the March 31st report says 383 referrals this school year, and the answer to pre-hearing questions says 406. So is it just that the answer to pre-hearing questions comes later and there's been more folks?
Right, and we are currently at 850 referrals for this year. referral
850.
50.
So that went up,
Yes.
but by 404, that more than doubled since pre-hearing question?
From pre-hearing questions. So we had, we had 249. I don't know if the pre-hearing questions may have been from the data of the report, the media report. But I checked the data to make sure I had the most accurate data for
Yeah.
today, and it's 847 referrals so far this year. But remember, we just added 3 schools in the past couple of weeks. And then, whenever we're in a school, we do get like an influx of referrals
Mhm.
because there are already a lot of kids who've reached that threshold. So then, yes.
But then you also have a phenomenon of where you might have had a kid who was at 14 and not referred, and then 3 weeks later, they're
Exactly.
at 16 and
Yeah.
they're referred.
And that's what we see, obviously, later on in the school year that we have an influx of referrals because you have to get to 15 days and hopefully you're not getting to 15 days missed absence in the first quarter of the school year. But sometimes you do for very truant kids. But obviously, as the school year progresses, this is where we see an influx because now a lot more kids are reaching that threshold.
All right, well, I guess I'd like to ask that you rerun the 71% number because there will be more kids who have been referred and how many of them were truant last year.
Yep.
It's a moving target, so I just ask that you
Sure.
take a look at it.
Okay.
I don't think I'm gonna spend the time on the record to go through every single one of these data points. We may do that. I think I've established there are folks who are encouraged and you're encouraged. I want to be encouraged. I'm a little more skeptical, and we'll just have to keep having a back and forth about it unless, give me just 1 second. Okay, so we do want to go through, I think we've been trying to get some numbers and maybe everything's a moving target, but let me try to go through a couple of these things. So the 71% figure, what is that? What's the 71% of what? What's the number? What is it and what is the number?
So I'll have to see if I can get the actual number, but basically this is you're asking what the 71% represents. So it's the totality of kids who were referred to the program, whether we were able to reach them, whether we know about 10% of kids were not able to reach, whether they received just truancy education, whether they received brief case management, or they were referred to PATH. So it's basically the totality of kids that were referred, regardless of the intervention that they received.
That were in a school that was in both year 1 and year 2.
That is correct. So 4 schools, and then excluding the seniors that were in year 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then what is that number? How many kids is that? Because what was the number of referrals in 24-25?
It was smaller, 479 students. Yes, 479 students, but I was in the whole year.
Oh, and so these are the kids who were referred up to that point.
So not all of them, because it's up to the point of the mid-year report. So then the schools that we brought in later in the year, last year, so those numbers may not have been included in that 71%.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to understand it more clearly.
It's
But-
131 students.
Who are the base number there?
Yes. It's 131 students that were no longer truant out of the 185 students that were referred from the first schools in the pilot by the time we ran that data for the mid-year report.
I see. And so 185, okay,
The 185 was the totality of kids that were referred. This,
up
that,
to that point.
Yes.
In the four schools.
yes,
And not including seniors.
exactly.
Okay. And we know how many of those kids are still in the same school? I mean, if a child moved schools, they would turn up as not being truant in the covered schools.
I mean, so I'll look, if they've extracted for seniors, I'm assuming they may have extracted for kids who are no longer in the, but I can dig down the data a little bit more.
Okay. And then, is there a breakdown? So this is 71% of those who were referred. Then there is how they responded. They accepted briefcase management, or you were unable to contact the parents.
About 10% that we can't contact the parent, about 10% that we have no contact with the parent.
Is this in the 71%, or is this just generally?
So just generally from the kids who are referred, we see about 10% that we can't contact the parents. Even, we look in whether or not they touch any other spaces in our system to just have access to maybe updated contact information. But overall, there's about 10%, whether they just don't return our calls, but there's about 10% of families referred that we are not able to make contacts with.
I thought that number was higher. But in any case, I wonder if you could be able to tell us what percentage of the students in that 185, if you broke it up into engaged in briefcase management, did not engage in briefcase management, what percentage of the ones who engaged in briefcase management were not truant in the next year, and what percentage of the ones who didn't engage in briefcase management were not truant in the following year, to see. I'm looking for.
Right, and I just want to just make sure that you're also aware that truancy education is a piece of intervention as well, because sometimes you have parents who just may not know that the young person does not go to school, or that they reach a threshold, or that they have to get their kids to school too. So that is also part of our intervention. So not just discount the intervention starts, whether or not they say yes to case management or not, the intervention starts at truancy education.
Yeah, okay, so that, don't think of unable to reach parent as meaning no service was provided whatsoever. Some service may have been provided in that.
So don't think as if the family said no to case management, that no service was provided. Right.
Okay. All right. And then, and this is the same, and you break the data down in different kinds of ways. And so you have folks who engaged in case management, and then you have folks who completed case management. And I'd also be curious, in that 185, how many of them completed case management, and what percentage of those were not truant in the next year?
Okay.
Do you have?
No,
that
I don't
data?
think I have that data. No,
Uh,
not in that way, because you're looking at the subset of
Right.
kids. Yeah, I don't have that.
Okay, and if there's a war room somewhere, maybe it can be generated, or maybe that's.
Yeah, I mean, we have an analyst. I don't think he can do it in real time, but we can follow up with
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that's been pointed to is an argument that the the participants' GPAs declined slightly less than non-participants' GPAs. This is figure 27 on page 30 of the report. That students who received no interventions had a median GPA decline of 0.28, while past participants had a median decline of 0.26, and brief case management participants had a median decline of 0.21. And does that strike you as a particularly significant?
So I can tell you that what we measure through the CAFES is that the majority of the kids enrolled in the program have improved in scores in the CAFES. Our intervention is about truancy, not necessarily, like grade point average and so forth. And the kids who get referred, especially the kids who are referred to pass, are the kids who are having the most significant barriers. So missing multiple days of school, plus have, behavior or probably some proximity to juvenile justice system, is we expect that accumulation would lead to a decrease in, GPA. Systematic issues take time to improve, council members. So I would not see, unless we were offering just targeted tutoring services, I would not necessarily, it is a data point that we track, but I would not use that as a measure on whether or not our interventions are working. Maybe a long term, perhaps, but we know that in a very short period of time, 3 or 4 months, or even a year over year, that a GPA is not the measure to focus on for this program.
Okay. I'm also trying to understand the data in relationship to your responses to questions 100 and 112. In those questions, we asked for each of the last 2 school years, how many and what percentage of all students referred to the pilot improved attendance, and got 2 very different answers. The response to question 100 about the current school year said that 44% of students who completed case management this year improved attendance. The response to question 112 about last school year said that the students referred to case management, 45% or 76 improved attendance. Given the discrepancy, I want to ask the question again. For each of the last 2 school years, how many and what percentage of all students who were referred to the pilot, not to case management, improved their attendance?
So I think it includes any students referred to the truancy pilot, regardless of student engagement in the pilot. So in both years, I mentioned, we could only, about 10% of kids and families that we do not reach year over year. So of all of the students referred to the pilot in year 1, we have 47%, so that's 227 out of 479 of students who have improved attendance. And then of all students referred in the pilot of year 2, 37%, so approximately 91 out of 249, by the time we ran these numbers, improved attendance. So this is data from January 26th, so out of the report. So we know that we've received many more referrals to date, 847 referrals to date.
Right. Okay. All right, we're gonna continue to parse this data. If brief case management is supposed to be limited to 90 days, why are there 60% of cases from last year that are still open?
So last year, we enrolled a couple of kids later in the school year, and we continued to support them throughout the summer. So they could have been kids who were enrolled or were referred at the end of last school year, and then we did some just kickoff to get them ready for this particular school year, identifying, because they were struggling the previous school year.
Okay. Does it suggest that maybe those kids would be natural candidates for pass?
Not necessarily. So the referral to pass it's not based on the school year, it's based at the assessment at intake. So they get either routed to brief case management or pass. But overall, we continue to support households or kids either 3 months for the briefcase management or pass and, even throughout the summer. And this is also an advantage of this program, something that the school systems cannot do. Once the school year is done, the school year is done, and we're able to continue to support the kids in the summer.
Okay, 65 students were referred to pass in the first 2 years of the pilot. While only 5 total students have improved attendance after engaging in pass case management, that represents a 50% success rate from last year and a 60% success rate for the current year. Do you think the pilot should be referring more students to pass?
No, not necessarily. Students are referred to either brief case management or pass based on the barriers to attendance provided by referral system. So we identify again what is the best intervention during triage. So students who have significant barriers to attendance are referred to pass. Again, these young people or students who have behavior issues, proximity to the juvenile justice system, and so forth. But sometimes just brief case management, we can learn about additional significant barriers once this child continues to receive services. So it can happen that they get referred to pass after, from brief case management, but usually we use intake as a triage to determine what is the most appropriate path.
And how do kids get referred to pass if it isn't through the pilot?
So PASS it's our community engagement program. So anybody can refer anybody to PASS actually through our website. A community member, a neighbor, a parent. There is a referral system in our website, and the community can refer folks to PASS. But the pilot is also one of the ways to get referred
So
to PASS.
children can find their way into pass from a bunch of different routes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm also interested in the interventions applied in the pilot. Can you please describe the attendance improvement intervention?
So our case management is, are you asking what does case management look like?
Yeah, what does it look like? What is the attendance improvement
Yes.
intervention?
So what we know about families and case management, council member, is that it is tailored to the identified needs of the student or the household at intake or triage. No two families, are the same. We have found that we can resolve someone's truancy by easily as sometimes help purchase more uniforms, right? Or helping a family identify after school childcare for younger kids or childcare for younger kids, because we know that the older kid is responsible for, childcare when the parent has to go to work, for example. Or if it's a, question of like bullying, or the kids need to be referred to another school, or make sure that the services and the IEPs are being implemented. So there's a variety of reasons where we find that kids are truant, and through case management, that need is identified.
All right, what page is that? Okay, so I have the list of different interventions from the report, and attendance improvement is 82 such interventions. It's under the category of skill building. And it looks like, to what extent are these skill building interventions worksheets? Like what is it in practice? What does it mean?
In terms of worksheets?
Yeah, is it a worksheet?
So it's not, so it's again, the interventions is targeted to what the family and the young person needs, right? So the case manager has different tools, and they work with also the supervisors to identify the right intervention. It could be, a worksheet in terms of skill building, if this is what the family needs. But again, it's really targeted and tailored to what the family needs.
I think I probably should
So we
Go
have a,
see.
yeah, and we have a case management manual, so we do trainings, we bring case managers, on board, we have a manual so that they can help, identify like what are some interventions when a case manager may be stuck. That happens in every kind of category.
Do we have that manual? Could we get that manual?
Sure, again, we can get you a copy of the manual.
Okay. And circle of support in vivo, what are those? Those are listed on here, I think.
So I identify just family, the community support. So sometimes it's also making sure that we bring in the community along to, the family. So when you work with the child does not exist, in a vacuum. It's around also helping identify whether it's a mentor, whether it's other support in the family and the community outside of the legal guardian who can also provide any type of either emotional support or just another trusted adult in the young person's life.
All right, I'm gonna be curious what it actually means in practice.
Okay.
The second most prominent category of intervention is school-based support. What does that mean in the context of the pilot?
So that can mean meeting with another counselor at school to understand the young person's behavior concerns, checking attendance with the counselors, coming and meeting the kid at the school itself. That's why we have relationships with the school so that the school knows who we are. They allow our case managers to attend to come to the school. They can support the family by attending school meetings, parent-teacher conferences, sometimes just kind of checking with the school to make sure the kid is there. That could be an agreement between the case manager and the young person. Hey, you said you're going to go to school tomorrow, and I'm just going to show up to make sure that you're in school.
Okay, and then I also see only 18 students have received concrete supports like clothing, food, and transportation. Part of when we talked about this last year was the idea that DHS was particularly well positioned to provide those kinds of concrete supports. It seems like a pretty small number. Why do you think the number's so small?
It could just mean that this is not what was the needed intervention for that family.
Okay, well,
I'm pretty sure the number is higher now, again, as referrals increase. So so the final report will have updated numbers, so we can add some of these numbers. If there's data that you need kind of in between, we can see how we can get some of those numbers for you.
yeah, let's work together to get some of these numbers. I mean, the big thing that's on the table for me is this is $3.5 million. I supported this and supported it last year. I want to support it, but I also want to be careful that if we're spending $3.5 million on truancy, and we should spend more than that on truancy,
Yeah.
but whatever it is that we're spending, we should be spending it in a way that has the biggest impact.
Yeah, but I would caution council member to pull something before we have an opportunity to really see the impact. If it's a pilot, it's in second year, we're really in terms of a year and a half, in terms of the data that you're looking at. It takes time. It takes time to establish relationships with the young people. It takes time to kind of change systems. So we have to be careful in terms of studying things and not seeing them through, because then the investments that we made in the year 1 and 2, they would have been wasted investments if we're not able to kind of continue.
So I hear you on that. And I mean, there's a couple of things. I mean, one is it too soon to say this is not effective? Another is it too soon to say that it is definitively effective and we would make it permanent? A different approach would be to extend the pilot for a year and see what the data shows in the future. I imagine you would like to see it permanent. It's part of the mayor's BSA. It's all on the table for us at this point. And I think I was told that Deputy Mayor Kine reached out and wants to talk with me about this. So I've invited you all to make the case for it. And Councilmember Parker is clearly a supporter. It's my job, our job, to really scrutinize everything, and to the extent that dollars are not being deployed in ways that have as big of an impact, to have the courage to move them. And I don't know that that's the case here, but it's on the table.
Thank you, but also getting it permanent allows us to be flexible in terms of the schools that we go into and make some pivot in the program as we're getting more data to make sure that we are actually targeting our interventions in where we see the data identifying better outcomes.
Okay, so where we are right now is we're at noon. And I actually have probably 15 more pages of questions. So my inclination would be to take a break, have lunch, rest a little, and come back. Does that work for you?
Sure. 30 minutes?
Can we say 40 minutes?
Okay.
All right, so why don't we take a break and we'll come back at 12:40. The time is now noon, and we will recess and reconvene at 12:40. Good. Welcome back, everyone. It is now 12:43, so a couple minutes later than projected, but we are back from our recess and back on the record. Pick up, nice to see everyone. Pick up where I was. There, I want to talk a little bit about, oh, look who's here. Maybe I'll put a, do you want to go right away? Okay. Okay, so the Interagency Council on Homelessness. There's the elimination of 4 DHS funded positions at the ICH. And to be clear, these cuts and other cuts at DM, HHS eliminate every position except for the executive director. I mean, is that right? That every position at the ICH other than the executive director would be eliminated?
From our budget.
Yeah. So often the executive has long touted that it does not eliminate filled positions as part of the budget formulation process. Why did you decide to eliminate 4 filled positions here while leaving the agency only 1 employee in place?
So the proposal was that it gets removed from DHS's budget. I said the proposal is that it gets removed from DHS's budget. We've already have a lot of vacancy savings and cuts in our program. We've already lost a lot of positions, so that maybe it could be filled by another agency's budget, but that was just the rationale for this.
But are they filled in another agency's budget?
It's not in DHS's budget. No, I'm not sure if it's somewhere else. I don't believe so.
So this was done in order to have a cost savings and some more flexibility inside of your budget.
That is correct.
But then the consequence of it is that the positions are gone so far as we know. Is this another one where there has been some indication by the executive that they intend to backfill this in some way? Or are these 4 positions likely to go away and on October 1?
Not that I'm aware of, Councilmember.
Okay, so, I mean, the ICH has statutory responsibilities and including producing heat and winter plans, an annual needs assessment, an annual report. The agency was previously unable to perform some of these functions because there was a hiring freeze. These cuts will almost certainly interfere with their ability to meet those needs. Are you planning to bring severe weather planning in-house? How are we going to deal with that?
So it's always in collaboration with the community partnership, our staff internally, and the ICH. The ICH definitely plays a role in just the convening of the different work group, including shelter operations work group and so forth. We are hoping that we will just continue to be able to work with the ICH and the community partnership and our internal teams to make projections and also to build the capacity of our system for our winter plan.
So, I mean, it seems like there will be the position of executive director of the ICH, and that person will continue to be part of the team that works on these things, but no other further support. And is the idea that you think that you have the capacity in that context to do all the work that needs to be done, that this is an efficiency that you're going to be able to find within the system?
Yeah, so it's part of just the trade-offs and the difficult positions that we are with our budget council member in terms of having to identify what other positions that we need to fulfill like the DHS's mission, and understanding that we've already incurred a lot of, cuts to our personnel, and we have just around, enough funding in our PS budget for the few priority positions that we have en route to be hired and to also maintain current level of personnel. So that's how this decision was made to propose these cuts.
And did you think about doing a BSA that would change the requirements for the ICH? Was there a reason why you didn't do something like that? There are requirements on them in law, and we're setting them up so they won't be able on their own to do those things. Any thought to modifying the law?
No, not necessarily. There is a space for the ICH. So I do think in terms of the work that they do in collaboration with us, that is impactful. So I would, support the ICH to remain part of our operations. But this was a very difficult, budget year in terms of what we needed to prioritize out of DHS's budget. And it was important for us to try to maintain the positions that we have now and the crucial positions that we know that we need to fulfill our mission.
I guess I'm trying to understand as a practical implication, what does it all mean? And there has been at different times a desire to have the ICH have it's almost an independence, but a footprint in the space. And what I'm hearing these changes will do is it will exist in name, but be more a part of your agency. The director will work with you and the community partnership to do certain different things. And so it's a loss. It feels like a loss of independence of the ICH as a practical matter.
The director will not report to me. No, they will continue to work in collaboration. The same way, I don't want to speak for the director in terms of the limitations of her work plan and what that's going to take with the positions that she's losing. But the structure will still be there, and the structure is that the executive director report to the city administrator, not to DHS.
Yeah, I mean, it turns into more almost like an ombudsman kind of, she loses her staff. So her capacity to do different things decreases pretty significantly, but she's still a player on the scene.
Yeah, and that position also is embedded within DMHHS. So maybe there are some functions that other members, I'm just speculating at this point because I don't know how DMHHS is going to be structured. So I really don't want to answer for how she plans to restructure her workload or how the DMHHS plans to restructure their workload to kind of meet their the statutory obligation.
Okay, another area of uncharted territory. I am going to put a pin in it for now and welcome. I've been joined by at-large council member Christina Henderson. And Councilmember Henderson, if you have an opening statement or you just want to proceed to a round of questions, the floor is yours.
I'll just go straight to questions. Thank you, Councilmember Freeman, and good afternoon, Director Pierre. I want to start with some questions around housing. The Ashton, which is in Ward 2, is only housing right now 100 individuals. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember, that is correct.
Is the provider able to take on more clients?
We don't have it in the budget right now to take on more clients.
Okay, but the capacity of the building is what, for 190?
Yes, the building has a capacity of 190. That's
Okay,
correct.
so to go above the 100, we would have to add additional funding for the provider to be able to do so?
Yes, and we have to get authorization to do so
Authorization from whom?
from the executive.
Oh, okay. All right. DHS has opened an additional non-congregate site on East Street.
Yes.
We actually heard testimony in my committee on health from one of the health providers who is hoping to start a medical respite program at the East Street site, which I think is meets a different need, but a need nonetheless, especially for our hospitals where on any given day, I've got individuals who no longer need the acute level of care at a hospital, but there's no place to safely discharge them to. And this would be an excellent opportunity for that. My understanding is that the East Street site also has a 190 bed capacity as well.
Yes.
How many, well, okay, so at performance oversight, there was 54 individuals there. How many are there now?
96.
96. Okay, so it's going up.
Yes.
Is this site going to be capped at 100 too?
No. We'll get to the capacity of the building.
Okay, so I guess in the my question is how you all are sort of managing in terms of individuals who they need this support. You have a cap at the Ashton. Are we just referring them to East Street at this point? Is that how you guys are managing?
Yeah, we have a waiting list, but we're also are working to be at capacity for East Street. So that is the focus right now, getting to the 170 beds. At East Street, we're also, I think you started your statement with the respite beds. We're
Yeah.
also projecting to have 25 respite beds at East Street, which is included in the 170 or 190 capacity.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're setting aside.
Mhm.
I know that the organization, trying to remember which one. I think it's some. No, Miriam's Kitchen.
Miriam's Kitchen, the other provider. Yeah.
Yes. I think they're trying to identify some additional funding to be able to bring that on fully, but I think it's a really good idea. Okay, so the FY26 supplemental that we have also adds 25 million in capital and 3 million in operating to find a new bridge housing site,
Yes.
which is estimated for 100 beds. Now, when we add things to the supplemental, I have to assume that it's like shovel ready. We're ready to go. Are you ready to go? Is there a site?
No, that's not a site. I think DHS may have had identified a site that did not, that was just not necessarily appropriate, but we don't
okay.
have a site identified right now.
Okay. Do you have a provider picked out?
No, we don't have a provider picked out because we know that it usually takes at least a calendar year.
Yep.
To operate. So it's either we have a new solicitation or we identify where we have capacity. So no, we would not have a provider picked out.
Okay, so capital is one thing, right?
Mhm.
Capital can gain friends and interest as it sits and waits in terms of allotment, but operating is something completely different. And so the idea that there's 3 million in allotment for this fiscal year.
Next fiscal year, the 3.4 is.
No, it's in the FY26 supplemental, which is now.
No, the 3.4 is actually in the fiscal year 27
Yes.
budget.
Okay, so there's only capital in the supplemental.
That's
For-
correct.
For this purpose, yes.
Okay, but still begs the question of why, if you guys don't even have a site.
Because that it was the hope that the site that may have been flagged. was
Oh, I
going to
see.
be
So
purchased
you guys
this
had
year.
thought this was gonna be a site that worked. It
Yes.
turns out it didn't work.
Yes,
And so now we're gonna go through a process with DGS to identify a new site?
yes.
Okay. Do we feel like they could reach that over the summer?
I'm hopeful.
Okay, we could all operate on a little hope these days. All right. Okay, for the East Street site, just to confirm, they have the operating dollars and capacity to be able to up the capacity that they currently have. So there doesn't need to be any additional money there.
No.
Okay. All right. I want to ask about vouchers. So in the FY26 supplemental, the mayor is proposing to add 6 million to the permanent supportive housing families account at DCHA. And the DHS budget also includes a $6 million increase to the maintenance of persons account, also for PSH families as well. Is my math right on that? I think so. Okay, great. All right. So are these increases for this current fiscal year to address higher programming or rental costs, or is it to add additional capacity?
It's not to add additional capacity, it's to maintain capacity.
So what we're currently dealing with?
Yes,
Not dealing with, that's a poor terminology, with the current occupancy.
yes.
Okay, so we're adding a combined, what feels like $12 million in both accounts, two agencies.
More. I think you said 22 in DCHA and then 6 million for DHS.
Oh, I had 6 and 6 additional.
I think, yeah, I believe that the housing authority received $22 million. And
Okay.
we received 6 million, but I don't want to speak for them, but this is my understanding that they received $22 million.
Okay. Okay. That aside, the point still stands is that we're making this increase in FY26, but the FY27 proposed budget doesn't reflect these additional dollars for you all. it only increases the program line by 389,000.
Yes, because we do not have additional vouchers in our budget for fiscal year 27. We only have sufficient funding to keep the families who are in the households who are currently housed or matched.
Right.
Going through the lease-up process.
But you told me the additional 6 million was for maintenance of this year.
Yes,
Wouldn't you need that for maintenance of next year too?
yes.
But you don't have that.
So we have a budget pressure.
Okay, so we're gonna start FY 27 with a budget pressure.
That's
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes.
All right,
correct.
because I feel like your agency in particular always gets put in this scenario where you start the year behind.
With the pressure, yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna leave that where that is. I want to ask you about the New York Avenue Shelter Project, which I've asked you about before. Which I have a particular interest in, not just because of the shelter piece, but also because that piece of land is currently the animal, well, it was the animal shelter, and now it's going to be that building demolished, thank the Lord, and then a new structure will be built there. That current capital project balance for that project is at about $60.8 million. And the capital budget proposes an additional $4 million for FY 27. So what is the timeline that DGS has given you about this project, which it has been stalled for good reason? We had to make some moves of,
Design and
one agency had to move in order to make that building vacant. I guess demolition still needs to happen. It hasn't
Yeah.
happened yet. And then going forward, but what is the timeline that they've given you?
so right now, the new timeline for bringing it online is fiscal year 30th. There was some delays because we had to go back.
Fiscal year 30?
30. There's some delays because we had to go back and design. The current design was out of budget, it was over budget. So we had to kind of go back to kind of keep the program within budget for
So it's going to take us 3 years to build a shelter?
a big shelter. Yeah,
Sure.
because we have to go back to design. I mean, it's stalled because we had to go to zoning first, so we had to go through all of this process. So
I
now we
guess,
have the
yes, because it
zoning.
wasn't zoned
Exactly.
for people. It wasn't. It's not zoned for
Yeah.
that. So I'm getting that.
Well, we went through the zoning process already.
Oh, so you've gone through zoning.
Yes.
And okay, what's the next step?
The next step is we are going through redesign. So we had a beautiful state-of-the-art design with, indoor, outdoors, how we like get similar to 801 East. The design just pushed the budget out of budget. So we had to sort of kind of go back to the drawing board with the new design. So we're at the design stage.
How long does it take to do a design?
I don't know. I don't know if you have the timeline, but
You can understand sort of the frustration here.
Yes.
I recognize okay, we had to move one piece of the puzzle before we could get to the other one. But the idea that it's going to take us 3 years to build a new shelter that I feel like we have been talking about for the better part of a decade.
Yeah.
I mean, we're giving Ezra Klein like material here around abundance.
it's like 8 months for design, but yes, I mean, we would love to be out of New York Avenue Shelter too, but it's about 8 months of design and then everything else.
Okay, I'm over my time for this round. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. And we did have some conversation about this cost pressure issue, and I think, Director, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it looks like on the order of $15 million in cost pressure on the PSH side. Separately, there's the emergency housing voucher side that's federal and DCHA, although administered or supported by DHS. Maybe another $15 million in cost pressure on that if the feds stop paying for it. So significant. Then also on the 3.4 million, I think in the back and forth, and correct me, that the agency may be thinking that 3.4 million might be partly used to blunt the cost pressure on the PSH side.
Yes.
Okay. Subtitle 5H clarifies that ERAP is not an entitlement and that approvals for ERAP are subject to appropriations. In response to question 55, the agency indicates it needs to move the subtitle so that when ERAP is zeroed out in FY 28, it will not be on the hook for FY 27 funds from applicants that are still pending. the HSRA, as the agency acknowledged, already says that none of its services are entitlements and all services are subject to appropriations. Why do we need to go out of our way to say that again? And doesn't the move to say it again suggest that it wasn't? Why would you do it if it were already the case? So why do this if it's already the law?
My understanding, the need of the subtitle is to ensure that we are, I think I'll repeat a little bit of what you said, is that we're not on the hook for applications that were found to be eligible, but we don't have any funding for. Currently, in the past couple of years, the current practice is that we've committed to, when we project how many applications that we can support for any fiscal year, or whenever the portal opens, we usually commit to processing 100% of the applications who are found to be eligible. What that has entailed is us a little bit going into the following fiscal year funding to pay for applications that were processed the previous years. Because right now, we do not have funding in our baseline budget in fiscal year 28. We want to ensure that, whether it's through appeals or anything, we are not responsible, that a judge may find that, hey, this is an application that you've accepted, that the family is now eligible, and you should be responsible to pay for the application. That is the need for the subtitle.
So even if it has not been legally an entitlement, we have treated a processed application effectively as an entitlement. And so we have a kind of carryover issue.
Exactly.
And you're protecting against that carryover issue in FY 28.
That's correct.
Um,
And that's what we've seen in past appeals.
yeah. And the idea that it's zeroed, I have a hard time picturing that ERAP will stay zeroed out in a future year. I'm not saying that it will be filled in this year, but it just has been a priority. Why not wait and see if we provide funding, or if the city provides funding for ERAP in FY 28?
Okay.
It's a question. Why
You
not?
said, why wait?
Why wouldn't we just wait?
Well,
and see?
it's not in the mayor's proposed budget. So then in order for us to balance and ensure that we are being fiscally responsible and not obligate us for something that's not in our financial plan, it was important to introduce this in the BSA.
Yeah, I think you weren't obligated before, and maybe it's to have this conversation to warn people that this is what's out there.
What we found, Councilmember, is in appeals, when we deny applications because of lack of funding, they are overturned and we are required to pay with next year's funding. We're not gonna have next year's funding, so we don't want to be obligated for something that's not in our budget.
But, okay. All right, so regarding subtitle 5A, the rapid rehousing subtitle, is the subject of this subtitle the subject of any appeals? And the question of when exit is to occur is clarified in this subtitle. Is the question of the date for exit the subject of an ongoing appeal?
No.
No. And how many appeals are out there for FRSP exits at this point?
I can tell you how many appeals, I had that number, I can pull that for you, how many appeals we've had in this fiscal year. I have it somewhere, Councilmember, just maybe if you give me a couple of minutes to kind of get back to find it in my notes. She looked at the data this morning. If I could get that to you for you, Councilmember, because I know I actually asked that specific question. No, I can't.
I mean, I guess in terms of an exact number, it would be good if you could get back to me, but also, I mean, the concern had been this could create an enormous cost pressure if there were a lot of appeals. And I guess the bottom line question is, has that fear materialized, or has it worked out better than we had feared?
In terms of us being able to get through the appeals,
Get to successfully exit people without being subject to appeals that then that we're on the losing end of.
yes,
That's worked out better than,
yes.
there was a time where there was a lot of concern about this, but it worked out better than now.
Yes, in terms of, yeah, I don't know if we've tracked any appeals specific to that subtitles. We've tracked appeals from FRSP just in general.
Right.
And we know how many have been overturned, but I don't know if there's been a difference specific to that subtitle. So total appeals for FRSP this fiscal year has been about 537. So most people who get exited from the program appeal.
Do appeal.
Mhm.
And do you know how many of those have been successful of the 537?
I think, I do, this is data that I literally asked this morning. We had, in fiscal year, we had 140 in fiscal year 25 and 104 in fiscal year 26.
That were successful, the
And
appeals.
yes,
Uh, And
overturned appeals, yes.
And then, where are we? I mean, there had been a backlog of folks who had been in FRSP who the idea was this was supposed to be a temporary program. It needs to be a temporary program. How many folks who have been in FRSP for over a year or up to 2 years are there still now?
So I think your question is about have we been able to get through the backlog?
That's the question.
Yes, we've been able to get through the backlog. So right now we have a smaller group of appeals and as people are getting exited in 12 months.
Okay, and so then this subtitle, the problem has not turned out to be as large as feared, and this subtitle will just make it crystal clear so that we don't get into a backlog situation again. Is that a fair characterization of
Yes,
that it's not so much that it has a big impact on existing folks in the system
Right.
now, but that it protects us from the problem that we had in the past?
that's correct.
Okay.
I did want to clarify, I'm sorry, one thing, because I think I misspoke a little earlier. We don't specifically track appeals that are related to this. So we don't have good data on that at this point. There may be some that are coming through now. We are aware of one, and that was decided in our favor. So I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, well, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I get it. But the big picture is that the number of appeals, I mean, people routinely appeal, the successful appeals are down this year compared to the previous year. You feel like you're working through the backlog, and the idea of this subtitle is to make it crystal clear going forward. And that answers my set of questions, and my time is up, so I will turn back to Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember. Still on the same topic of housing, emergency housing. So I visited with the new CEO of Unity Health Clinic last month when I was at their clinic in Ward 8. And we talked a little bit about the plans for the renovation for CCNV downtown. And I learned through the Unity folks that the plans for the CCNV site does not include space for a clinic, which has been an integral part of the model at the current site location. Now, I understand from subsequent conversations with DMHHS staff that CCNV objects to the clinic being on site, despite much evidence to the contrary that it's actually beneficial to have the clinic be co-located. What conversations have you all had? I mean, the shelter is going to be built on district land, and so I feel like we have some say in this, but if we think about from a public health infrastructure standpoint, the nearest clinic, public clinic, right, to the CCNV site, yeah, you're traveling quite, like I'm actually sort of scratching my head to sort of think about, like, you're now having to go either deep into Ward 6 or up to Bradford of the city as the closest locations. What conversations have you all had with them?
So we're in agreement that that clinic is very vital to not just the residents at CCNV, but also to the population we serve, the overall, homeless services, homeless community. What CCNV, they are not in agreement to have the clinic be embedded in that original shelter, but they would like for the clinic to be on their land. So they have that whole parking lot in the back. So there's just only one parcel that they want to just have just the shelter.
Okay.
That would be in phase 1. And then the other entrance on East Street, they would be happy to have a clinic there. The issue is where the funding would come to.
Well,
for
yeah, I
that
mean,
clinic.
it's all great to have a second structure, but if there's no budget for said second structure, then what are
Right.
we talking about? Hope, I guess, again. Okay, I hope we could keep talking about this, because I feel like, again, if we're looking at it from a map and also what is in the best interest of clients, some of whom have chronic illnesses, chronic diseases, take medications, et cetera, having the clinic there, it was a no-brainer in terms of being able to receive those services. Now we're going to tell people, like, here's a bus pass and good luck to you to get to your doctor's
No,
appointment.
I'm in agreement, council member. I think it's a negotiation between the city and Rico, because it is going to be on CCNV's land, but with district's funding. And it comes to the agreement so there's no agreement has yet been made. So there's no finalized plan for CCNV, by the way. So
Okay.
what you may have heard is what Rico is stating, like, this is what even Unity is communicating to you.
Right.
Because Rico would prefer not to have.
But nothing is final.
Nothing has been finalized. So this is, so I support having a clinic. The mayor has not made a decision on any finalization for CCNV. But the message out there, because Rico has been very, very vocal about that, he would prefer not to have a clinic.
Yeah.
Being embedded, but nothing has been finalized.
Okay. Let's talk TANF really quickly. So, I actually brought this up at my DCPS hearing last week, and I'll tell you why. In the UPSFF, which is how we fund schools formula, we have this designation called at risk. And one of the ways that students are designated at risk is if your family qualifies or is enrolled in SNAP or TANF. Well, I've got changes happening on both my SNAP program and my TANF program. And the school system, well, DCPS anyway, I'm not sure about charters, no one has adjusted for the idea that we might have thousands of families who today are SNAP and TANF eligible, who may not be so in the next school year. And how does that adjust? Because it could be for a paperwork reason, it could be because of lack of being able to find a job, but like the need for the child has not changed. And I encourage them to have a conversation with you all, because it's not just around this additional funding for UPSFF, but it's also like, does your kid qualify for after school? I don't know, right? And in terms of those, when will the forms for SNAP be released? Or when will you all start this sort of blitz of like, here's what you have to fill out. If you're looking for a medical exemption, here's the form for that. When will all of that be available for the public and for community organizations who want to assist folks?
Sure. So it's two things. So we have been communicating to customers, sending notices every month around the changes that are coming. Right now, when a customer is up for recertification, we're talking about SNAP, they will come in, and this is when we'll assess them. We'll screen them for any type of exemption. We'll screen them from like ABOD. If they don't qualify for any exemptions and they are identified as being ABOD, we will make sure that we let them know. They would not lose their benefits right away. They will have up to 3 months to kind of get in compliance. And at which case we'll help them, create a plan to get in compliance. It's either they participate in SNAP ENT and, can look for employment, or they participate in work fair program, which is
Right.
volunteering and so forth.
I've heard your,
Okay.
yep, I'm just talking about like, when are the forms going to be ready and available so that folks can have conversations with folks of like, this is what you'll need to do.
Yeah, so we've been updating our website as much as possible. We are also communicating with a lot of our providers. We had a briefing with all of our sister agencies a couple of weeks ago to include DCPS, to include OSSI and all of the other entities that serve the same constituents. We've updated our website. We are having ongoing communication with, providers, our
Okay.
SNAP. Okay.
Form.
So I don't know exactly what forms, maybe I'm missing something in terms of like, so there are a lot of information on our website in terms of, but there's not gonna be, are you talking about?
Like
the
someone
form
in
to
order to get the medical exemption, there's a form.
So, yeah, so that's uploaded on our website, I believe.
Is it?
You wanted to add? Well.
What format and model will people have to submit in terms of the work requirement stuff? That's what I'm talking
Got it.
about.
So
Because I acknowledge
June
that.
1st, so June
Okay.
1st is where everything starts. June 1st is where our systems are gonna be updated.
Right, that's in the start.
Yes.
I'm asking that in an effort to prep people, right? We've got varying literacy rates.
Yeah.
So somebody's gonna have to sit down with somebody else to say, hey, no, this box is where you put the X.
So it's when the people come to our service centers for recertifications. So that we also then can screen them for any exemptions. We let
Right.
them know what paperwork that they can start. We
But
can't.
in the same vein as like, before you go to the DMV, they ask you to go to the website.
Yes.
And then before you even are able to get a number at the DMV, they're checking to make sure that you have all the documents. So you're not wasting your time or theirs getting to the window and not having everything. The reason I'm asking
For
this is for
screening.
the same thing.
Yes.
I don't want to waste the time at the service center. I want to make sure that folks have what they need when they come. The only way they have that, if you are not telling me what I need until June 1st, then you see what I'm saying?
Yes. So the DMV tells you what forms to bring.
What forms to bring, how many identification pieces you need, et cetera. And then before you even take a number at the DMV, they check
So
to
that
make sure you have everything.
So our website has all the information to let folks know what are the changes that are coming. I don't suggest that it's enough, just in our website, in addition to the fact that we have been communicating with people. But as it relates to what exemptions people will qualify for, we can't do that until they come back for recertifications. So then anybody whose recertification is in June 1st is when we're gonna start rescreening people and say, hey, fill out this form, because you may qualify for exemption, or, provide this paperwork and so forth. Even if someone is not exempt or they're an ABOD, they won't lose their benefits that when they come in
I know.
recertification.
I'm just trying to think about it from a customer service standpoint. If I already got to come to you in person, you know how frustrating it is to like make all the arrangements, whether it be childcare, transportation, et cetera, to come to you. And then for somebody to say, oh, you got to come back.
So you can also do it online through District Direct. Meaning our systems are just not going to be ready to accept any new forms or anything before June 1st.
It's not even what I'm saying, accept it. Just want people to see so that they know, okay, this is what the format is going to be. It allows for, sure, your staff can certainly help walk somebody through it, but your staff is also probably not a trusted voice for a lot of folks. So if there are community organizations who are desiring to help prepare people,
Okay.
right? That's why I'm saying, like, if we wait till June 1st and it's the day of my appointment.
So your question is, what kind of training are we providing to the rest of the community to make sure that they understand the changes that are coming, that we're communicating?
That's not even my question. It almost feels like we're gatekeeping. I just know what the form says. That's what I'm saying. Like for some people, it's just literally like, okay, this is what you're gonna have to fill out. This is what you're gonna need to bring.
Yeah.
Let me help you, Ms. Johnson, walk through it. Let's walk through the process together before you get to the service center. Like it's like the meeting before the meeting.
Yeah, so the information to apply for SNAP and TANF is online right now. So that's not new information. what's going to be different is how we screen and are able to kind of collect information to see if people are qualifying for ABOD or meeting their work requirements. So this is the systems changes that we've been making. We are training staff. We are having listening sessions with advocates, with our providers and so forth. But the system, so maybe this is the form that you're thinking, that new system is not going to be available until June 1st. So it's going to be June 1st, it's going to be online, it's going to be in the service center and so forth. So that is the date. But in terms of what is coming, we are doing more in terms of communication. We're working on a communication campaign for all of the changes that are happening at the same time with work requirements as it relates to SNAP, as it relates to Medicaid, et cetera.
Okay. Over my time.
And I'm going to follow up on a couple of these things. On the form, one of the things that I have heard, and maybe you've heard as well, Councilmember Henderson, is a desire by some of these major, highly credible community organizations that are trying to strategize now on how to help people avoid losing their benefits. Even if the form was only finalized and shown on the website on June 1st, are you open to engaging with those folks just to, beta test it and talk with them about how it is that you want to approach this? Because that might help give comfort. I hear you that for the first people who come on for recertification on June 1st, June 2nd, June 3rd, they wouldn't have gotten the form in advance, but everybody else for the rest of the year would be available and the organizations could be working with them. Can you wrap them into this process so that they can help you as much as possible?
Yes, and that work has started. We have been bringing the community along. We are having sessions with, advocates, providers, in terms of where other entities who are interested in becoming host sites so that they can participate in our work fair program, so that, they can be a volunteering site. That portal is now open. It's been open since April 27th. And then we've sent communication. We continue to send communication about how other providers can become host sites and be work fair. We have advocates briefings. We have been doing this work. I think maybe where Councilmember Henson and I may be maybe not understanding each other, I think it's because she's talking about a specific form that is just basically the application form, that the changes will come on June 1st. But right now, people can still kind of go and apply and for their benefits, and nothing has changed yet. And then when people come for recertification, we will assess for any exemptions that they may be eligible for. But we have shared with the community and our websites what are the types of exemptions that would automatically be approved.
So I hear you. I mean, big changes are coming.
Yes.
Scary for thousands of people and for the people who advocate on their behalf. And so whether it's a new form or it's a new emphasis and different things that may be needed, educating people up front and engaging them up front is important. Glad to hear that it started. I think I would encourage as much of it as possible. You can't have 30 people draft a form or draft a guidance, but you benefit from folks who are on the front lines giving feedback along the way. So I would encourage you, as many people sort of have their heart in their throat about what this is all going to mean. I mean, it is scary what this is all going to mean. Keeping folks informed and bracing everyone as best as possible, I think, is super important. And I'll just touch, I wasn't going to ask about the CCNV, but Councilmember Henderson when I'm new to this, and it looks complicated. There is the current plan of just building the shelter and not using the rest of the site. Doesn't look like the greatest idea to me. It sounds like Rico also would like to have a bigger vision of what might happen there, and whether or not the dollars that are in place are enough to really build a a shelter on the scale that they are talking about. Lot of questions around this, but we should, and sort of an appeal to Councilmember Henderson, like we should be trying to engage on this to get to a result that makes sense, that includes a clinic, that includes a new shelter, and may include other development opportunities on that site. On eligibility determinations, in response to question 63, DHS shared the reduction in the case management budget line from 24.5 million to 19 million. And the claim was it won't cause any disruptions to case management services. How's that going to work? If there's a $5.5 million reduction in that line, we're going to be able to do the same with that, with 25% less money or
Yes.
20% less money?
Yeah, so for that reduction, what you're seeing is the change in the amount of the matching funds. And so that's why you're seeing that decrease. I don't know if that's making sense to you, but so that's a decrease in the federal funding for SNAP ENT that we were anticipating, where we would only be getting the 25% match. So the budget was aligned to that. There's also, you're seeing there as well, some smaller changes that represent changes to the personnel services side of the budget for positions that we weren't able to hire there. But the major decrease there is really reflecting that shift in the federal funding based on the lower amount that we were anticipating getting based on the change in matching requirement. So going to the 25% versus the 50%. I did want to clarify, though, that since this time, this is for SNAP ENT, we have been able to clarify that that change in matching does not apply to SNAP ENT. So we are going to be able to adjust that during execution. So we will adjust the federal funds back to the 50%.
And then the number that would push this number back up to something like 24 million but it will be federal dollars that are complementing the 19 million?
That would replace out the federal dollars that we reduced to align with what we believed was the new federal budget for that program.
And those federal dollars, if I'm hearing correctly, are the lion's share of the $5.5 million reduction, but not the entirety of it. So the federal dollars return, it moves you closer to the 24 million, but not necessarily to the 24 million.
Right. It would align back to how we are funding the program this year at 50-50. That's one that we pass through those federal dollars and the providers have the matching funds. So we're not budgeting the local match for the SNAP
Right.
ENT program, with the exception of some smaller dollar amounts that are our own administrative costs for running the program.
Okay. You shared that the reductions in the eligibility determination staff are a deliberate right sizing of personnel services and FTE count. I mean, I think it's a reduction of 55 FTEs. I mean, that's a big number. If that's right sizing, why didn't it happen before? Help me understand how a 55 FTE reduction is right sizing.
Yeah, so those 55 positions being eliminated that you're seeing there, those are positions that historically, I mean, you're right. This is something that's happened year over year. And so we've, for a long time, carried a lot more vacancies that just haven't been funded in our budget. And we weren't able to fund because we didn't have the money to do it. It's they didn't align with how we were earning on the federal side in order to support the positions, and we didn't have the local matching funds as well. And so what we did, we really had to change the whole structure of our budget going into fiscal year 27 to right size it so it's more accurately reflecting the positions that we can actually fill going into that year. So the 55 positions are not positions that were funded in a way that we would have been able to fill them at all. And so it sounds a little counterintuitive, but when we say we're not expecting impact because we weren't able to fill them, they're not in our prioritization for this year. We knew we didn't have the funding to do that. So it made more sense to just go ahead and right size the budget, change the way we were doing cost allocation upfront, which entailed a number of shifts in our budget. But those 55 positions would not have been filled.
Okay, so these are sort of on paper reductions. It's not that there would be fewer people at the call centers and such. It's just,
No, not as a result of those 55. We would not have been able to fill those positions. So yes, it does not entail a shrinking of our FTE footprint.
but this also goes to the way money moves around inside of this agency. I mean, if they were on the books, then they were part of the budget, but you realistically knew you weren't going to fill them. And so the dollars in the budget associated with those positions, it could have been kind of a piggy bank to be used for other things to deal with cost pressures. Am I understanding that
No,
correctly?
because the federal dollars that's funding that we would have to earn. And so, how we can fill the FTEs aligns with how we're able to earn on the federal grants, if that makes sense. So it's based on the random moment time sample, and we're only able to collect as much and use as much as we're able to, as the RTMS reflects, as well as what stays within our allowable caps on our federal funding.
Okay.
Aiden, did you want to add anything to that?
So when you have a federal grant, especially SNAP and TANF, you get an allocation for the year. But the federal government will only allow you to draw down for time spent on federal programs. So they could approve 100 million for you, but once you start doing the cost allocation and measuring the time people spend doing that activity, you may only be able to draw down half of it, 75% of it. So we were budgeting the positions and hoping we could earn it, but it's all based on time spent on federal activities.
And so if I went back a number of years, I would see a delta of something like these 55 positions of they were on the books. If you had authorization, but you had to earn it and you didn't earn it. And so you're not just taking them off the books.
You take them off. What you would see if you go back, you would see that there's a lot of unspent federal money. It's not money we can use because you have to actually earn it. So if you look at last year's budget, you would see that in the federal grants budget at the end of the year, there was like a lot of money sitting there. It's not money we can reallocate anyway. We have to actually show what time you spent doing SNAP eligibility, Medicaid eligibility, TANF eligibility by using, and a random moment sample is just you get an email randomly and it says, what are you doing right now? And you have to go in and say, I'm working on SNAP. This is the case number. And then it's a statistical calculation to determine how much you can draw down.
Okay, I've gone well over, but I'll come back to this. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. This will be my last round because my laptop's dying. In our hearing with, actually, we haven't had the hearing yet, but my pre-conversation with the staff for Department of Healthcare Finance, when it came to SNAP funding and the shift in terms of administrative costs, there's a lot of things that are kind of shifting in the healthcare finance world as it pertains to DCAS because of this new sort of shift. How much additional are we now having to pay with local dollars because of that change from HR 1?
So just administrative shift. So it went from 50-50 to 75-25.
Right.
And so that cost for us is about $22.8 million. That's in our budget for next year.
Okay, so some of the shifts that we're kind of seeing is related to that, not a,
That's it.
Okay.
Yes. The benefit is still 100% passed through.
okay. I'm going really quickly and this is going to seem random, but I'm trying to hit a bunch of different spots. Okay. Are you all planning to implement Sunbucks this summer?
Yes.
Okay. Are you guys going to be the agency that's doing the bulk of the work this year?
I think it's still in collaborations with DC Health and Aussie.
Okay, but it is happening.
Yes.
All right. Okay, domestic violence funding. So we had a very interesting conversation with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council last month. And The percent of homicides in the district that are attributed to domestic violence is at its highest it's been in 12 years. And this has probably gone up since then because I think there have been at least one additional homicide that has happened since this data that has been related to domestic violence that have happened in the city. We're seeing it in the numbers, we're hearing it from providers, but this budget shows a decrease in about $700,000 in domestic violence services, in subsidies and grants. I think earlier you told Councilmember Freeman that some of this is due to efficiencies you think you can realize. Can you unpack that?
Sure. So just about two, so it's two different buckets.
Okay.
So that's 200,000, that is used to provide services to the households who were housed through the emergency housing vouchers, the federal vouchers. We do think there's efficiencies that can be leveraged on that, because it's going through our sole source. It's about $1 million in that bucket, so we're unpacking it. We think that some families may be able to be served through being able to draw down Medicaid funding through housing supportive services, and some would just stay with the regular providers.
Okay.
So but there's a $500,000. So the delta now, so the 200, we do think we can fix it internally in terms of just efficiencies, but not reduction in services.
Okay.
The $500,000 it's just, we had a one-time funding that was just not
One-time local?
one-time local funding that was put by council last year. That was not part of our base budget.
I
That's
see.
not recurring. So we had to work with the providers. We had to warn them that we could not ensure that there was going to be in our budget for the following year because they were one-time
Okay.
funding.
All right. Let's go to truancy. So how much are you all proposing to spend in FY 27 for the truancy pilot? I'm gonna call it a pilot because I think this will be what, year 3, maybe?
We're in year 2. Go ahead if you have the number. It's 3.5.
Oh, you just turned your mic off.
3 point.
It's 3.5 million.
3.5 million. Okay. So the truancy reduction pilot program report came out a couple of days ago. I haven't had a chance to sort of fully look into it, but if you read past page 1 in terms of the executive summary, I think things are questionable and not as rosy necessarily as been presented. So you all said that 71% top line number of the students that participated last year as of February. But okay, so 71% of the students who participated last year had not yet accrued enough absences to merit a referral to the pilot program. So the pilot threshold is 15 days, which is greater than the number of unexcused absences for high schoolers that we have within the law. So %71 of the students were approaching or past the definition of chronic truant.
They had not met.
They had not yet met. All right, so they're not yet there. One of the metrics then would be how many of those 71% who were not yet there when you guys first started your engagement then never actually became truant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because, well, since it's 71% who are not truant, still means that we have 29% who are truant.
Okay. Of the interventions the pilot provides, skill building is the most commonly used. What's that? What is that? What is skill building for showing up on time?
Well, that is showing up on time. So it's case management that's really sort of kind of targeted, making sure that folks are ready to go to school in the beginning of the school year. So one of the things that we're excited about the pilot is that when kids are referred at the end of the school year, we're able to continue to work with them throughout the summer and get them to start their school year on a better footing the following year. So it's about all of our students receive a KFS assessment. So we measure them on 7 different domains, and we really just target the improvements in their behaviors based on the results of the KFS.
Okay. In year 2, you all have triaged 91 people as of February. Most of the parents declined services. You referred 31 people to brief case management. 9 have completed it. After 90 days, fewer than 50% of the students whose parents agreed to accept the briefcase management services approved their attendance. You guys think this is working?
So it's promising. It's showing promising.
Hope.
Promising. No. Not hope, Councilmember. Promising. It's more than hope because hope is, we don't have any data to kind of show the results. We think this is preliminary, Councilmember. This is a pilot.
Okay.
We are in year 1.5, really.
Yeah.
Last summer, there was a, hiring freeze because of, what was happening in our budget.
Yep.
This is the first year that we have 4 out of the 10 schools that we're in that were onboarded from the very beginning of the school year.
Yep.
So we need really more information, really more data and more time to really assess like the true impact of the pilot.
Yes, but I think part of that needs to be understanding why everybody's declining. The 5 students that were referred to the more intensive intervention pass, none of them accepted.
So we've seen so just to tell you what we thought was going to happen at baseline. We originally projected that just about 25% of the families would say yes to case management. In year 1, we saw that number be actually 42%. So that became our baseline. 42% of the families that are referred say yes to case management. There's a slight uptick in that acceptance of case management to 47%. So we already are seeing more families saying yes to the services that we had even anticipated when we launched the pilot program.
Okay. To what extent are you guys taking referrals outside of this pilot system? And let me tell you why. So I, last month, or I'll just say a few weeks because I don't actually know if it was last month, but a few weeks ago, I did a ride along in 4D. And the very first call that we got was a parent had called 911 because their child would not go to school. So of course I'm like, that doesn't seem, there has to be something else going on, because why would a parent get to the point of calling the police for their child not going to school? Go on the visit, child had already missed something like 80 days of the school year. And the parent was worried about, well, the court has told me if they don't go to school, I'm going to be charged for educational neglect, et cetera, et cetera. The officers, who again, this is not a violent situation, this is not a criminal matter, but like, they have to respond. And essentially, I watched 3 officers attempt to be social workers for this family for 30 to 40 minutes when they could have been on other calls that were actually criminal in nature. And it would have been, in terms of closing the loop, as opposed to them just sort of finishing their report and saying this was a domestic situation and kind of explaining X, Y, Z. They offered, we'll give you a ride to school, we'll do all the things, X, Y, or Z. It would have been good for the follow-up for MPD to say, we need to refer this to DHS because you all have the expertise to have done more there than what was done. And when I talk to the officers, it's actually not uncommon for them to get these types of truancy related calls when in fact, like those families are the ones who they're calling for help.
Yep.
They probably would accept your services, but I feel like I know you can't do all things for all people, but I feel like that's one where.
Or we can through PASS. That can be a community referral. We do take PASS through community referrals, not just to the school system.
Does MPD know that this is an option?
Well, obviously we need to do a better job communicating because in this particular case, they may not have realized that this was an option, but it is an option.
Okay.
But
I'm just suggesting that like, if you have in the school system, and I know these are folks who are approaching the being chronically truant. But then over here, I got a whole population of parents who are asking for help desperately for it. And then they're calling the wrong agency.
Yeah, but I think you're making a point, Councilmember, for our truancy program, and what the mayor envisions is to go district-wide in all of the schools. Our plan for next fiscal year is to maybe start with the younger grades, like 9th and 10th grade. But then if we were in the school, I'm not sure what school that you're referring to but they could call us. They could refer to us. The family could say we need services, and we have the ability to go in their home. So then once the connection is already made with the case manager, the mom does not have to call the police. They can call the case manager directly. And this is the stuff that a case manager can do.
Mhm.
They can go to the house, and maybe it doesn't mean that the child is going to go to school that day or even the next day or
Correct.
even the following day, but the next 3 days or the next month can be spent on building rapport and really trying to unpack why this child is not going to school. And we know that case management and rapport building takes time. So that's why, the plug for me, I said, let this program work and kind of getting,
Yep.
you know.
But for
off the
year 3,
ground.
are we going to more schools?
Yes, the plan is to expand to 8 additional schools in year 3 and focusing on the younger grades so that we would shift the program model and not have referrals for grades 11 and 12, but only get referrals from 9 and 10th and the other schools that we would be.
I'm asking you to make this, I don't know if it's a reach out to Chief Carroll or Deputy Mayor Pete, I don't know how it works, but like, or even, Director McGaffin, right? There are families who are calling for help.
Yeah.
And if the services are there, then we need to make the connection in a more real-time way.
Thank you.
My laptop died. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. On Sunbucks, you were definitive. Last time we talked, it was more of an open question. I think there was hope that there would be some sort of a donation. Where's the money coming from for Sunbucks?
Sure, and you're talking about this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this year it's
Okay.
it's being funded by a combination of federal funding and then matching local and donation funding.
And we're good.
Yes.
We're good for
For
this
this
year,
year.
yes.
What about next year?
So, yeah. So next year, we would anticipate a similar split in terms of we would still need to match at 50%. We anticipate having federal funds, and then we would again have to identify local or donation funds to match it. So there are some funds already budgeted, but we would still need to identify the additional funds to support the program. We are planning to run it in fiscal year 27. The other thing I would say is just the cost. We would expect that to go down pretty significantly next year since we've been doing so much of the building this year and last year as we're setting up the program. So the cost we would expect to be significantly less going into next year.
So this is one where there isn't enough money in the budget, but you have a pretty high level of confidence that you'll be able to fill in the gap through donations because you have in the past, and the cost is going to go down. So the gap to fill could be smaller? Is that
Yes, we anticipate being able to fund the program next year.
right? Okay. Back on the 55 positions that we didn't earn, like, when we hear about wait times at the drop-in centers, and we hear about and SNAP error rates, could we have hired more people, had them devoted to this kind of work, and then earned the federal dollars?
Did you?
Not without additional local matching
Exactly.
funds. We would have to get local funds to match.
And what's that match look like?
It varies from year to year. That's why it's a random moment. So from year to year, the amount changes because you may not earn the same amount each year. On average, on SNAP, the total is about 44 million. So 44 million on the federal side, and we may need 44 million on local.
That's the full authorization might be 44
And
million.
that's only at 50-50.
And so in that world, how much did we devote on the local side?
44.
Oh, so we did
Has to
use
be
it
a
all.
match.
We used it all. 44 million in match, 44 million on the other side.
But I guess I'm not following, because there was this idea that there's an authorization up to a certain amount, and we would have to have expended the work in order to qualify for it. And we didn't, we only got a portion of it. Is there a way for us to have done more work, had more people doing the work, so that we could have qualified for the federal dollars? You look like you want to.
No, because we're limited, and I think this is what Hayden was referencing too. We're limited by the amount of local funding that we have to match to the federal revenue that we're earning on the grants. So we still need the local matching funding. And every year we've had to take pretty deep vacancy savings. So this year we had to take we took 8.5 million in vacancy savings, which puts us just at the point where we're able to have sufficient local funding to cover the positions that we have budgeted in fiscal year 27. And that's been the case year over year is making, as we've come up with our budget, we have to make decisions about that. And so we've had to take a pretty significant amount of vacancy savings every year. And then we've often had additional local reductions that council will also propose. And so that's been an ongoing thing. But it just means we don't have sufficient local funding to fill more positions than we are currently planning to.
And we also have to still commit to the COLAs that the unions negotiate for union workers.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, but, and I may have this wrong, but it does sound like the investment of local dollars, we could be leveraging federal dollars with additional local dollars invested in this space. So we could do $2 worth of work for $1 in local dollars. So it's an argument against cutting the local dollars because of the way in which it could.
For
they
some
could-
positions,
Mhm.
not all positions, basically eligibility staff, yes.
If we had more local dollars, we could hire more.
Yeah.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, yes.
Do we have enough? I mean, wait times can be long.
We just can't prioritize only eligibility staff in a hiring process. So we do hire more, we've hired more eligibility staff this year, but whenever we lose some of our vacancy savings, it also prohibits us from being able to hire on both sides, where we do get the federal match and where we don't get the federal match.
Okay. We're gonna have, there's a lot of change on the horizon, and so you're gonna have a lot more people, I suspect, coming to the service centers, maybe as Councilmember Henderson was saying, they come for the first time for the recertification. They learn that there's other things they need to do. They have to come back again. And so the workloads strikes me as likely to increase. Do you think the workload in the service centers is gonna?
They don't
Now?
necessarily, they don't necessarily have to come back. They can upload the information. We don't necessarily anticipate an increase. We've actually seen what happened in other jurisdictions is that their workloads have decreased because some folks are not applying or not eligible for the benefits, or they may choose not to comply with the work requirements, but they don't necessarily have to come back.
So you're not assuming an increase in the workload at the service centers as a result of HR1 at this point?
Not at this time.
Okay. In the supplemental budget, can you please describe what the 790,833 is for the SNAP error rate improvements? What's that money for?
So the 790,000 is for specific interventions that we are funding in fiscal year 26 to address the error rate and really work to aggressively to get that down. And so it's funding a few different projects that we are working on this fiscal year.
And what are they?
Yeah. So there's 3 projects, all really tied to some of the highest causes of errors that we've seen. The first one, which we're really excited about, is expanding income verification. And so that's really expanding. We already have an existing contract with Equifax. So we're using some of the funding to expand that contract this year. That accounts for 190,000 of the 790.
So I'm sorry, Equifax is like a credit agency that has data on people's incomes? Is
It's
that
income verification, yes.
Okay.
The second project that we are doing is it's OCR or optical character recognition. And so that is 200,000. We are in the final stages of procurement with that one. That really is allowing us to cut down on errors from individuals having to like input information from documents by increasing optical character recognition, use of that in smart scanning. So we're working to get that in place as well. We're in the final stages of procurement for that project, but also a very high rate of our errors come from just not getting the right information transposed from some of the documents that we have. And then the third one is leveraging AI for what we're calling an AI goalie. And that's going to really help to flag in real time where errors are occurring and catch them at that point before the errors are made. And so those are the three projects that we're working on this fiscal year. The AI goalie is 400,000, but all really tied to what we've identified as the highest source of the errors that we're seeing.
And those things, they haven't been started yet. Or some of them have and some of them haven't.
Yeah, they're all in progress. So the Equifax, we already have an existing contract, and so it's really about expanding that existing contract. But that is already in progress. And then with the optical character recognition, the OCR, that's in the final stages of procurement. So we're trying to work as quickly as we can to get these implemented with, funding coming this year.
And the AI goalie, also a thing?
Yeah, that one we're in process of contracting now, and then we'll really be accelerating the timeline on that as much as we can, and that will be built into DCAS.
And then, is this one-time investments, or are you going to have to do those again next year?
These are one-time.
And it's in technologies that then can be used for an extended period of time?
Yeah, that's the goal, is to do as much upfront work, but we are looking to potential funding sources to continue and then to expand on this work in fiscal year 27. So we do have a couple of two reinvestment plans that we're still waiting for FNS approval, but these are built into the reinvestment plans that we've submitted.
Okay. In the supplemental budget, can you please describe what the $375,193 is for in the EBT chip card purchases?
Yes, and so we are moving to implement chip card technology in our EBT cards, and the 375,000 is to get started on the implementation work this fiscal year. We also have funding in the budget in fiscal year 27 to continue to move towards that implementation.
Okay, so this is just phasing in the implementation.
It's to get the work started, yeah.
Gotcha. I understand that while DHS funding for DCAS has decreased by about 4.5 million, DHCF's budget reflects an approximate $20.9 million increase. What's happening here? Why is the money moving around in this sort of way? And how are we doing in terms of maintenance of DCAS?
So we have $7 million in our budget that we are going to do an MOU with Healthcare Finance. That is just 25% of what's needed. They needed to budget 3 times that amount. That's why you see the 19. So that's matching what we are sending them. They do the match for it. The reason every year we have to submit something called an advanced planning document. And based on what you have to do, the cost allocation changes. So a lot of that came down to the fact that we had the cost allocation change, and then the matching requirement went from 50 to 75%. So that's where that decrease came from on our side. And the increase on the other side is that they had to increase their match.
Are the overall number of dollars essentially the same, or is it an increase or decrease in support for DCAS?
I think I'll have to go back and hold it. Let me see if I have a breakdown of it. I don't think I have a breakdown of that specific because it's embedded in an information system. So I cannot see, but I can get that to you.
Okay. I mean, there have been issues around DCAS and challenges around DCAS. And how is the operation of DCAS Has the operation of DCAS improved or stayed the same or gotten worse from your perspective?
I mean, we work in coordination with them, in terms of ensuring that they make the upgrades that we need to get our systems ready, so it continues to improve.
Is there, I mean, this year I haven't heard a ton about DCAS. So it's sort of the dog that hasn't barked, but are there things that it's a behemoth and it's important. Are there things we should be focused on that we need to do in order to have that system work as well as possible so that all kinds of benefits that could come from it?
Yeah, I think, you mentioned there's money in the DHCF's budget for, DCAS improvements and so forth. I don't want to speak to exactly where that money is going to go towards in terms of the categories, but there are, funds allocated to continued maintenance and improvement. And then we are working on the items that Tanya has mentioned that will help us in terms of our decreasing our errors and so forth. And all of these will be sort of kind of add-ons to DCAS.
Okay. Moving over to some workforce things and starting with SNAP. Sounds like you have an agreement with DOES to provide services to up to 550 people eligible for SNAP ENT. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. DOES is one of our SNAP ENT providers.
And what factors do DHS staff use to determine which SNAP ENT participants they would refer to DOES?
So I'm not sure. I mean, I think based on just the assessments at the end of when it's based really on choice. So we do an assessment and then we provide the list of SNAP ENT providers that are in the system. And then the client or the resident gets to choose which provider. And DOES in that case is one of our SNAP ENT providers.
Oh, so it's not an assignment by you. It's just a presentation of a menu
Yes.
and folks might go to. Okay, so it sounds like 375 SNAP ENT participants were enrolled in Project Empowerment in FY25. And 37 were employed, a 10% success rate, which is higher than success rates in some other places, but not very high. What kinds of things you said there's, and this is going to be a theme coming up around a number of different programs, but you said you're engaged in conversations about how to improve that. What are the things that you're talking about to improve that on the SNAP ENT DOES side?
So there are providers like they are another provider. So then all of the changes that we're making in our contract, then it would be applicable to the contracts with DOES as well.
And what are the changes that you're talking about?
Sure. So for this year, I think I've shared in two parts. So the changes that we are, well, at this time, we're not changing. I'm sorry, I'm getting myself a little bit confused. We're not changing the SNAP program this year. We're only changing TEP, and DOES is a SNAP provider, not a TEP provider. So we're not making any changes to the SNAP program this year.
So then, but what kinds of things might you contemplate if we wanted to get over a 10% success rate? What could we do? What are the things we could be doing?
Like we are working with all of the providers to make sure that within with the work that we're doing with the WIC, Councilmember Fruman, I think you're part of those conversations too, where we really need to look at engaging more employers to really ensure that the trainings that are offered through our SNAP ENT programs and our TEP programs really are trainings that are gonna lead to jobs. So that's part of the work that we're doing through the WIC. That's part of the work that we're doing with our providers to review the trainings, to make sure that there are jobs at the end of the trainings, but really leveraging employers in our work is something that we think will have, great outcomes.
In response to question 18C, DHS provided some of the indicators that the agency uses to evaluate employment-related performance for SNAP ENT participants served by DOES, but not the actual metrics from FY25 and FY26 to date. we asked for this in writing, but can you give us an idea today across the job retention, obtaining employment, and average wage of enrolled individuals and median quarterly wages in the second quarter after the program completion? How did DOES perform?
So we have information for fiscal year 25. So for DOES, things like job retention, we have 42 customers that retain jobs and that were employed. The average wage was about $19,873, and the median quarterly wage was about 21,000. We don't have yet this information for fiscal year 26.
So 42 who obtained or retained jobs
Yes,
out of
out of the 300 and I think
75. This
375,
is
yeah,
the 375.
78, yeah,
Yeah,
75, yes.
okay. And that 42, I wonder if the 42 includes the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program folks, because there's 37 from Project Empowerment, and then is it 5 from Marion Barry?
I believe it does, yes.
And Marion Barry, in terms of the number of participants, that's 706 participants.
Yes,
though.
that's definitely a higher number, yeah.
And help me understand, is it that the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment Program, like 5 out of 706 is not very good. But is there some reason why I should be looking at those numbers differently, that it's not really all of the 706, or what? Why wouldn't that number jump off the page as a?
The way I understand the program is that a lot of them also participating in just activities. They may not receive employment at the end of the program, but they are receiving like apprenticeships and higher education and so forth, but they may still be in those programs and not necessarily leaving the programs to get employment.
So,
it's a
so
different
the going
demographics.
in idea might not be that they're all these 706 people are going to find employment. A whole bunch of them, it may be that they're just having a summer experience.
Exactly.
They could set them up for future employment. So I
Exactly.
shouldn't put the 5 over the
Exactly.
706. That would
Exactly.
be
The goal is
misleading.
not necessarily for them to enter the workspace right now.
A different area is so also in response to question 19, you shared purposes of the MOU between DHS and DOES is to define the roles of the WIC and DHS related to the operation and continued development of the local workforce system. This cost is $320,698 in FY26 and proposed cost of $230,500 in FY27. What are those costs about? Are those FTEs? What is that?
I believe it's the FTEs for the WIC, but in terms of, so the MOU is for the, yeah, so I guess to support just the work that they're doing through the American Job Centers, we do are co-located at the American Job Centers, and to do outreach, identifying, referring customers, sharing information as much as possible. So I don't know if it's for personnel costs for the WIC staff, but this is the work that we do in coordinations with them.
Oh, I mean, could it be in effect a transfer to WIC in order to support staff? Is that the idea?
It could be. I don't know if you have the information, Hayden. I really don't know. You can follow up.
Okay. The agency response to question 20, it looks like 50 out of 73 people supported by a partnership with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement ones were connected with employment. That's a pretty impressive number, but how does DHS determine who's referred to ones?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's I don't know. I don't know if it's kind of a self-referrals or direct referrals. I think they may work on the reverse referral model, meaning that their clients come to them and then they may think that they are eligible for SNAP benefits and they refer back to us. We can certify them and then they are able to then leverage federal funding.
Interesting.
Yes. DC Central Kitchen has a kind of like a similar model as well. Either
Oh.
it can be referred or they may receive clients directly and they do a reverse referral.
So I'm sorry, DC Central Kitchen, that's different. That's
Yes.
DC Central Kitchen may have people who come to them. They say, oh, you would
You could
qualify for
qualify.
these benefits, go
Exactly.
for these benefits. Then they would be referred back and
Yeah,
then,
and then they can then leverage the SNAP ENT federal funding and they have their local match.
I mean, in some senses, that makes me worry more about the number of people who are connected to employment because it could be people who came to you who already had employment and they get qualify for benefits and get referred over and then they get employment. So for the people who weren't connected to employment, do you follow me?
No,
So we talked before 375 folks through Project Empowerment. And it could be, and maybe I'm going to garble this, but it could be that and 37 of them were connected with employment. But if 20 of them had come through DC Central Kitchen, where DC Central Kitchen had already engaged them, and they came to you, got the benefits, and then got referred back and got the job at DCC Central Kitchen that they already had, then you would take the 20 out of the 375 and out of the 37, and you'd be at 17 out of 355.
No, I don't think you should look at it in that way. They're going through either a DC Central Kitchen or they're connected to the ones, they're not employed yet. So this is a training ground. So whether or not the referrals are from us or they go themselves, but it's that those outcomes are just included, but I wouldn't look at that they were already employed before that they came to us and then they got their benefits and we're counting those employment numbers.
Okay, I mean, they may not have already been employed, but they may have already been connected to a work prospect and came to you through that work prospect. And so then connecting them to the work prospect that is less about what the program did and more about how they came in.
One thing I want to add is that the SNAP ENT program, so that's not necessarily a workforce program that we administer. It's an opportunity to leverage federal funding to existing workforce program. Right, so then if somebody enters a workforce program and they are then eligible for SNAP, then the workforce provider, if they're a qualified provider, already can leverage this federal funding. But you shouldn't think about it as the same as TEP per se when we're designing and we're contracting. There's no local dollars that go to the SNAP ENC. It's just the money passes through us and they're able to leverage and pull down federal funding.
Okay. Back on the ones for the 50 positions that folks were connected to, do we have any idea whether those are full-time positions or time-limited positions?
Yeah, they were full-time positions.
So, and again, across job retention, obtaining employment, average wage of enrolled individuals, and median quarterly wages in the second quarter after the program completion, do you have the actual outcomes for folks who pass through the ONES program in FY25 and FY26?
Yes.
Yes.
So we have 50 residents who receive jobs, retain jobs, and they're employed. The average wage was about 13,115, and the median quarterly wage was about 7,000. Terms of that was fiscal year 25. In terms of fiscal year 26, we have 25 job retention customers, but we don't yet have the information for the average wages.
Okay. Um, related but different is workfare, and I think you referenced a solicitation for workfare partners going out at the end of May. Is that right? Will there be a solicitation for workfare partners going out in May? How much will the workfare solicitation cost locally?
So it will come out in June 1st. So this is another opportunity for us to leverage federal funding. We're hoping that we'd be able to leverage 100% federal funding for workfare. It appears that we may have to provide $100,000 in local funding for workfare.
So it'd be 100,000 in local, and how much do you think in federal that would
A
leverage?
50-50 match.
So it's $200,000.
Yes.
And is it, I have a calculation of $371 cost to serve one individual for that workfare program.
Yes.
So what is that? What's that money for? So is that recruiting folks who will host the volunteers? How is that going to work?
Recruiting sites, the administration of ensuring that they gather the documentation for work requirements and so forth.
And what kinds of projects are these workfare projects? What are we having people do?
It depends on the site. It depends on the site that's been identified and what the volunteer opportunities that they have.
But I mean, give me an example.
An example could be working at as food handlers, for example, working at, donation closets in a shelter, doing some janitorial work in a church or a community center that they already a part of, et cetera.
And is it managed by DHS staff or a vendor?
So a vendor. So we'll have 4 of our SNAP ENT vendors who would be basically managing our workfare program, and then they will be also responsible for recruiting and managing our host sites.
And why the vendors as opposed to in-house staff for this?
Because we're not, so the structure is through a SNAP ENT, so it's an extension of a SNAP ENT program. We're not SNAP ENT, DHS is not a SNAP ENT provider. So then the SNAP ENT vendors already have an existing infrastructure of gathering, documentation and work requirements and so forth.
Okay, and work requirements kick in on June 1st. The solicitation goes out on June 1st, I guess, and is the idea.
To expand, the solicitation goes out to expand on June 1st, but we already have it in our portal we are interested providers who want to be host sites can apply, to be one of our host sites.
So going to Councilmember Henderson's, where she was at, the rubber won't hit the road until June 1st when people come in for renewals, start to come in for certification of their SNAP. And you want to have this in place by June 1st so that when people come in, you'll be able to say to them, here's an option for you, and that'll be a way. And there will be like 500 slots like that.
So we are scaling up to get to 1,800 slots.
And the 200,000, does that get you to 1,800 slots?
Yes.
And where are you in terms of recruiting for slots?
Applications already open. It's to a portal. I don't have the updated numbers in terms of how many applications we received and how many slots we have secured, but we've started, it's increasing now. We started receiving applications.
But is it like we got 20? And then if I was looking at the thermometer and you want to get to 1,800, have you been able to secure a meaningful number of slots already?
I'll have to get back to you with that exact number, Councilmember. I don't have it handy.
But that'll be a thing that will be ready for folks as they come in. And remind me, how many folks are on SNAP?
We have about 84,000 individuals on SNAP.
So in the month of June, when people come in for certifications, I guess if it was smooth throughout the year, you would expect to have about 7,000 people come in for certifications. And is that people benefiting from SNAP or heads of households benefiting from
Yeah,
SNAP?
it's head of households. And remember, it's for an ABOD category and not 100% of our beneficiaries are ABODs, right? So households with a child under the age of 14 is not required to participate. So we have certain categories of eligibility. Folks with disabilities, who are and anybody over the age of 65. So we identified at about 8 to 12,000 of our beneficiaries are ABOD. It could be in this category that they need to be um, participating in work requirements in order for them to qualify.
And so then 1,800 workfare slots that's a significant fraction of the 8 to 12,000 people who you think could be vulnerable.
Mhm.
Not to get too far in front of myself, but on the TANF side, remind me again, how many folks you think will be in that ABOD category?
I don't know if we have an overlap of the ABOD and TANF. I can tell you that half of the TANF recipients are at the 60 months, but I don't know if we have an overlap of
Work
TANF and ABOD. It may be smaller because again, ABOD, a lot of our TANF families have minor children in the household and for ABOD, as long as you have a child under the age of 14, you're not subject to work requirements.
Okay. The committee was pleased to see that the executive included funding for the EBT chip card transition in the budget. In response to question 83, DHS shared that they estimate all active cards can be replaced by June of 2028. Will the 2.1 million in the budget be able to fund the cost of the entire transition?
Okay.
No, not the entire transition, but it will give us the funding that we need in fiscal year 27. There will be some additional costs going into fiscal year 28.
And those costs, is there money in the FY28 budget to cover it?
There is not currently money to cover it, no.
So there's money in the supplemental and there's the 300 some thousand that we talked about to get started.
Yes.
Then there's the 2.1 million in FY27 and what's missing in FY28?
So in order to fully fund the transition, we would need 1.6 million in fiscal year 28. We haven't, that hasn't been built into the budget as of now.
Okay.
There are also ongoing costs that we would need to also secure in order to continue to replace out cards.
Okay, and what resources would DHS need to come into compliance with the October 2027 deadline set by the public benefits legislation? So would we need to accelerate the FY28 money or is it physically not possible to
It's
do?
physically not possible to, since we've been planning to implement for quite some time in terms of what we're able to do. Now that we have funding identified and on the horizon to at least begin the implementation, we're moving as quickly as we can, but there are just some realities about how long the process takes. It will take, our best estimate here is that it's 12 months of an implementation timeline, and that would be from the time that our vendor is able to start. So as of now, we are working to get a contract in place with the EBT card vendor to begin this. We think that that can happen by August, so that's good news. That's sort of the first part of it. But when the vendor is able to actually begin their process is really dependent on the vendor. We can't control that. As of now, the information that we have is that the vendor believes that they can start in March of 2027. So it would be, so it would take a full year from that time. That's a little earlier than what we had cited in some of because we're still working on all these pieces. But we're really looking towards March of 2028 to have this fully implemented.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
That, that's helpful. There's a reference to a waiting period from September 2026 to February 2027. And that's from the time of selecting the vendor to the vendor being able to get started. And
Yeah.
is it that there's one vendor out there or?
Yeah,
there's-
it's our EBT chip card vendor. So it's FIS. So it's the same vendor that, that we have it's the same vendor who does our EBT cards at this point. So it would be a modification to the contract with them.
So it's all, I mean, it's pretty clear. There's good, the vendor, they've told you, the price, they've told you what the transition period is. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
Yeah, and of course, if we can do it sooner, we would be happy to do that. But that's not the information that we're getting now.
Okay. DHS and the mayor both reference cuts to TEP at 11 million. However, looking at the budget line for TANF jobs and training, the reduction appears to be 15 million from 35 million from around 35 million to around 20 million. What's the difference in these references between the 11 and 15 million?
Yeah, so the cut to TEP this year is 11.5 million. But we also took a reduction of 3.1 million this fiscal year that was taken out of placeholder attributes. And so we're essentially correcting that in the fiscal year 27 budget. But the actual reduction that we're taking to that line is 11.5. The 3.1 is this year. It's just that it's being reflected in the right place in fiscal year 27.
Okay. So while it may have looked like it was going to be 35.1 million, it was 35.1 million last year, but 3.1 million of it came out. So that gets you to 32. And now that's where the 11 million, that's the 11 million gap between the 20 million and the 32 million.
Yeah, are you trying to figure out how much is the actual reduction to the TEP
Yeah.
portfolio itself? Yeah, so there's also some underspending. So if the actual change in terms of what we have to spend for TEP in fiscal year 27, it's about a $4 million change.
From what you project you will spend in FY 26.
No, so from the actual budget for TEP, we are shifting, yeah.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Yes.
We are just aligning the budget with expenditures in 27.
You're aligning the budget for 27
With
with
projected expenditures. We've looked historically, we are aligning it with what we would normally spend.
There's a reduction as well, but
Mm.
there has been underspending. And
Underspending.
so, yes. And so for this year, we're actually planning to spend on TEP about 23.7 million. So the additional funding has been repurposed to cover other gaps.
I see. So wait. This year, you're expecting to spend 24 million, I'm going to call it. What was?
Approximately,
Yeah.
yes.
So, and then the budget for next year is 20 million.
20.1. Mhm.
And so the reduction, the actual reduction off of historic use of the program is 4 million
About
for
4 million.
24. Some of it is money that had been there, hadn't been used for that purpose and could have been moved in other places at other times.
Right.
Going back to a theme about there's money in all kinds of places at DHS that moves around. And that this is one of them, but the actual change to the TEP program is a $4 million reduction.
That's right.
And that $4 million reduction, there's 7 providers now and you're going to go down to 5. And so is the idea that, and what was the contract with the 2 providers who are not going to be extended? Does that cover the 4 million?
The other way around. So yes, we'll have funding in our budget for 5 providers versus 7 for next year.
Okay. So I want to go back to the EBT card in FY 28 for the 1.6 million in FY 28. What's that for? Is that for buying cards? Is it for something else? The EBT chip cards?
So most of that, let me just see where I've got the full breakdown. Yeah, so the biggest chunk of that would be for the card replacement. But there are also costs in there that continue the technology transition as well.
And the cards will be more expensive with the chips. That's part of it as well.
Okay. During working group meetings that DHS convened in March, TANF recipients expressed a desire for career opportunities that have a career ladder to truly help them grow. To what extent are changes, I mean, it sounds like you're in the midst of conversations about this that are fairly significant, but to what extent, and before when we talked about this in the SNAP side, you made it sound like the biggest thing is connecting with better with employers, but what are the kinds of things that you're thinking about specifically as ways to try to improve the efficacy of the TEP programs?
Sure. So actually, and I misspoke because it was about the TEP program and I talked about SNAP, but because we actually don't design the SNAP ENT program, but we help design the TEP program. It's coming from our local funding. So there are pieces that we're doing this year. For example, we are restructuring the payment structure. Right now, we have an incentive, we have a higher baseline and then we have incentives built in. We are moving to decrease the baseline funding and then changing the incentive structures so that we have higher incentives and more structures for activities that are really geared towards employment. We are reducing
So
the.
I just want to make sure I understand. So this is to the provider. So the provider, you might have a contract with a provider that says, we're going to give you 2 million in baseline payments and you can earn 3 million in incentives by hitting certain marks.
Yes.
Does it look like that? Is the base payment, what kind of proportion of the compensation will be base payment and incentives in your new world?
So it was the base payment would still be a bigger distribution of the total overall payment, but what we're doing is reducing the base payment. So I don't have that final number, but that's what we're doing, reducing the
what you're
base payment.
looking at.
Exactly. So these are the things that we can do in this current contract year without having to have a new solicitation. I think I shared with you because unless we issue a new solicitation, there are small changes that we can make before OCP says, hey, this is a whole different program. You have to send a new solicitation. So we're looking at changing the base structure and changing the incentive structure and really focusing on incentives for activities that will lead to employment. Reducing also the number of incentives you can receive, whether it's a provider or the client, for job search activities to not encourage just receiving incentives for just looking for jobs, but not actually receiving a job. And then also then increasing the incentive for landing employment and retaining employment. We also have 2-gen activities that were currently folks can receive incentives for these 2-gen activities. We are removing those incentives from the 2-gen activities, but we'll encourage, households and parents to continue to stay engaged in those activities. So while we may not incentivize it financially, there will be continue to be part of the culture and case management.
And are you in sort of ongoing negotiations with the providers trying to hammer this out, or is this something that you're doing internally?
We are finalizing it internally. We're looking at potentially, cutting, up to 40% of the base payment. Yep. Some providers may decide not to come on board at that point because it's going to be in the next fiscal year after, for when it's time to renew the contracts. But this is some of the things that we're looking at. We're working through it with OCP.
So, and one of the things you said was incentives for connecting people with a job and for them retaining the job.
Mhm.
That's one set. But another set of incentives was activities that are likely to lead to a job.
Yeah, so job search activities or some training, programs and so forth. So there are incentives built in for enrolling in trainings, completing trainings and whatnot, but we don't want to just keep giving incentives for just completing a bunch of trainings that do and not employment. So that will limit the job search activities. We won't necessarily remove the incentive payments altogether for some of those activities, but we're reducing that amount, but also mostly increasing the incentive payments when people either land a job, then retain employment and then earn off the TANF program as well due to earnings.
So there's the incentive structure for the providers and the incentive structure for the customers.
Yes.
Are there other things that you're looking at doing to make changes to the TAP program?
Around outcomes, the next piece of it in terms of program redesign will be mostly from when we solicit the contracts next year.
But the biggest thing, and it may be that this is how you do it through a contracting process, is by changing the incentive structure.
Yes, and it's already a performance-based outcome, but then really focus more on incentives for outcomes versus incentives for outputs.
Okay. In response to question 78, DHS says that it does not track TAP providers' compliance with the outreach requirement, which requires providers to schedule an orientation within 5 days for each referred customer. DHS also doesn't track compliance with the customer engagement requirement, which requires TAP providers to engage customers at least once every 2 weeks. How can DHS assess the level of support to residents if the agency is not tracking compliance with these kinds of requirements? And are you thinking about tracking these kinds of requirements in a revised contract?
So one is to ensure that we are also keeping up with our, monitoring. Outreach efforts are recorded in our catch system, so they are being tracked. I don't think we have I'm not sure and if we have a performance base for meeting certain activities and outputs. I don't believe that our contracts are punitive if they don't meet those targets, but this is something that we'll look at also.
Okay, what is the average wait time people currently experience from the time of TANF enrollment to connection with a TEP case manager?
So currently, I think we're at a couple of months because we do have a wait list.
And how do you anticipate the changes that you're thinking about for TEP affecting that wait time?
We anticipate that initially the wait time may be longer because we'll have fewer providers. But what we are really going to be focusing on is ensuring that once just the outreach and engagement for people who are enrolled but not participating so that we can get through the wait list. What we don't want is to hold slots for folks who are not participating with our providers. And currently, that's the case. So we're working to sort of going through all of these folks who are not engaged, making outreach so that we can free up more slots. And then we'll be very, very much more diligent in doing this.
So there could be an increase in wait times and any reduction to the funding for TEP, which would reduce the number of TEP providers who were available
That's correct.
could continue to lengthen that.
That's correct.
Do you have, just in what's being proposed now, do you have any kind of estimate of how big of an increase to the wait time it might be?
Right now it's 4 months. I don't know right now how long it would be. We would.
How much that might increase?
Yeah, that might increase by, yes.
In terms of the data, I'm going to review some data that I've seen that looks different than what I'm used to seeing, but it's not great, the connection of people to work. Are there states out there that are doing particularly well at this?
Well, I don't know in terms of engagement, but for us, council member, we were in a very different sort of kind of culture, no penalty for lack of engagement and also no time limits. We think that next year we'll have better data and to see, we expect that the engagement would shift with the implementation of time limits, but also increased sanction. This is also feedback that we had received from our tech provider that they did not have necessarily any reinforcement tools for lack of engagement. So at some point, we had excess capacity in our tech providers so that we restructured our contracts to merge the educational and training component to it. And then now, unfortunately, we have a wait list, but then the part of the restructuring was because we had excess capacity because of lack of engagement.
And you went recently for some sort of an Aspen Institute, and was that to folks considering how to respond to work requirements from around the country?
Yeah, so it was a little bit different than I had anticipated. So the idea is that it would bring our human services partners and our labor partners. Director Hughes was supposed to also travel with us, but she had a conflict at the last minute, so she could not attend because a lot of states have a very different structure than we do, because you have the states and you have state monitor, local administration, and so forth. So they have very different models. I think all of us are dealing with the same requirements to HR1, but different states have different varying degrees of error rates and so forth. So while it was good to connect with other leaders who are in similar positions, I can't say that the takeaway is that I truly understand how we can leverage what they are. But it's the beginning. So those connections are always good to just be able to kind of make a phone call to say, hey, how are you addressing this particular issue? But it wasn't necessarily very concrete of a takeaway from last week's convening.
Okay. Looking for a silver bullet somewhere. We have talked about poor performance and TAP outcomes, and maybe you can flip to your response to question 78 that has a table with data around job placements that looks different than my expectation. So if you look at it, you see the different vendors, number of TANF customers served, job placements, monthly average. And for this, the monthly average for job placements for all of them are over 200, which if that were the case, that's like 2,400 for each of these entities. And 1, 2, 3. And that would be a lot, but I don't think it's a lot. So what am I missing here?
No, I think the table that you're referring to, it doesn't mean 200 are placed in a job each month, but rather 200 plus are assigned to each provider to pursue job placement activities, but not necessarily that they've been placed in jobs.
Okay, so TANF customers served for the first one, 372, 232 a month have been assigned to some sort of job-related program. And then, but then it's not showing how many of those ended up getting a job.
Yeah, it's 200 assigned to pursue job placement activities. That does not necessarily mean
They
that
got
two
a
of
job.
them, or even that they were placed in job, but they were assigned for this purpose. This is when the engagement comes in play.
I see.
So they've been assigned to this, so the providers are doing outreach and whatnot, but that does not represent employment. It just represents them being enrolled in the TANF program.
So the discouraging data is still the controlling data. That was a misinterpretation of those numbers. How are you prioritizing if you're going from 7 providers to 5? what's the criteria? Is it the ones that want to stay on? Is there performance-based criteria? How are you deciding which of the
So we'll
providers?
start with, and how we will, go from 7 to 5. I think it's gonna be based on performance. So we have not identified who are the two providers who are going to be, cut. And then it will be based on attrition, looking at from the clients who have been assigned or enrolled, how many are participating, the number of outreach that we need to do to then get them off the roll and then backfill the wait list. So it's going to be a first come, first serve in terms of, and then going through the wait list.
Okay. I understand 97% of TANF beneficiaries are also enrolled in SNAP. If DHS experience capacity and constraints in TEP, to what extent can the agency serve them in SNAP ENT?
So if there's capacity, so providers can do either participate in TAP or SNAP ENT. We
And
can't
if
do both.
they can't do both, but if there's capacity in the SNAP ENT program, somebody who's on TANF can do that and they can use that to meet their TANF requirements and their SNAP requirements at the same time.
If they receive SNAP, yeah, if they're SNAP customers.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. The TANF state plan requires DHS to inform families about the availability of the earned income tax credit. How much did EITC communications cost in FY '24 and FY '25? And to what extent, how much is budgeted in FY '26 and '7?
We don't do communication or outreach for EITC.
You're not letting people, are you letting people know that it's out there and available to them?
No, I don't believe this is something that the activities that DHS does. Do you want to add to that?
Sorry, I keep turning it up. The only thing I would add to that is we do have a grant with DC Hunger Solutions, and EITC is incorporated into their outreach activities.
I do think in terms of sort of the incentives, EITC is a big incentive. And so if we're trying to improve the efficacy of our TEP programs, making sure that people understand that it's not just the modest wages that you get from that job, but you also can
Yeah.
get the EITCs. That's important.
So they do also come to present, so the outreach is not done directly through us, but they do also come to present to our providers, the EITC leadership, to our TEP provider, they go to our TEP provider meetings. So they provide flyers, they do some information, but through our TEP providers.
Okay. Okay, so moving to TANF more generally, if a hardship policy is implemented in TANF, you'll have a significant increase in the number of people who are exempt from TANF requirements due to hardship, which you indicate you plan to implement by expanding power. My understanding is this would mean folks who are exempt and are in power will not have access to TEP, childcare subsidy, transportation assistance, and behavioral health and substance abuse support that are otherwise available to TANF beneficiaries. Is that right?
So I'm committed to make sure that we find a way to solve this, because we have heard that it's an issue. We heard it during the work group. We've heard it from DV providers and so forth. Right now, power is going to be the vehicle. That's probably going to be the easiest for us to implement the new hardship policy. But I think we have to find a way to ensure that folks who are exempt from power and I mean, from work requirements, and I think there's going to be different categories, because if it's a DV issue, it's going to be very different than I don't know, another issues. But currently, power is the vehicle that's going to be the easiest to implement how we screen people for hardship policy. But I think it's a separate issue than what we've heard from the DV community and providers on how to ensure that getting an exemption does not preclude you from continuing to receive some of the services that you would need to potentially even step out of the exemption.
Yeah, so and we heard this a fair amount in the TANF
Yeah.
working group
Right.
was.
And one thing I want to add, power customers have access to childcare right now. So I think it's about the incentives that they don't have access to the incentives to the TEP program and so forth.
Okay, it's around, it's not around the childcare, because the childcare actually was the most, that was the thing we heard, that it wasn't available, but you're saying it is available? Is that
Yeah.
a change or is that?
No, not that's not my understanding. I mean, there's gonna be a wait list. I'm not sure I don't think power customers will be prioritized for the wait list, but right now, power customers are TANF customers, and all of TANF customers have been eligible for childcare.
Okay, and the uh, the hardship policy, I think I got an email yesterday saying the team's working on the report. We'll see the report. It may be circulated internally to the working group on May 18th. And then I don't know what it'll show.
Yeah.
And then the goal would be to implement a hardship policy by October.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes, that doesn't mean it's going to be the first time it's going to be circulated, but it will be in place to be implemented by October. Yes.
Yeah, no, but I think the working group recommendations, I should see them for the first time on May 18th.
Yes, you probably would see them before the general public. And we have a very smaller group that's going to be part of the design. And I believe that your office was invited to be part of that small group.
Okay, great. Still comes in, here we are going through this budget process, a hardship policy, and the way in which a hardship policy would be implemented, open questions, and we're getting close to when we would need to have our committee report finalized. On the, do you have, if somebody could check to see how many power participants are benefiting from childcare support?
So 100% of power customers have been eligible for childcare, council member. If you're asking how many folks in power take advantage of childcare, that's a different story.
question.
Okay, that's the question. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see if somebody can get that information. Yeah.
Okay, and I don't, there was a you heard it, I think. I don't know, maybe it was just in my group, but I thought that there was a fair amount of conversation where folks were saying that childcare wasn't available. Is that
I think people are scared that what I've heard is that everything's happening at the same time. People are gonna lose their, step down from their benefits and lose their childcare and, potentially not be eligible for SNAP. But that's not, childcare has always been available for power customers. So that's not a new change. I'm not sure that the system, that the providers are, I'm pretty sure the providers and advocates are aware of this. It may have been, it's been in conversation because it's true that all of it seems to be happening at the same time. That next month we're gonna have, well, this month actually, we're going to start implementing a wait list for childcare, and then next month SNAP, and then December a step down in TANF. But childcare has always been, it's still available until, yeah.
So, I mean, we had been hearing about this and had been thinking about, okay, what do we do to make sure that childcare is available? Childcare is available to people in power to the extent that it's available to everybody else, because there's a wait list. There doesn't need to be a change to do that. That it's already available.
It's already
to the same
available, yeah.
extent.
And right now, we only have just over 100 residents in power. So it's a very small number of people. I don't know if, how many, but I can try to get how many have access to, have used, the childcare, but they've been eligible.
And what about transportation services? Are transportation services available to folks in power in the same way that they might be for TANF?
That I'm not sure. That could be the fix that we need to do. No.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think that the committee has heard In response to question 77, DHS says that serving the current 114 power customers in TEP would cost 1.03 million. This is about 9,000 per person. Can you break that down? What is that for?
So it's about the cost of adding additional providers. If we have a TEP provider, just solely focus on TANF, that's about the cost of having another provider.
To serve this 114 people. So if you had a new provider, you think you'd need $1 million in order to have this provider serving, but do the power folks already get the benefit of TEP or no?
No, so that's the issue. Yeah.
So giving them access to TEP, so childcare, set that aside. Transportation, maybe there are some costs associated with
It's
that.
through TEP that other TANF customers have access to transportation and the other services that the currently power customers do not have access,
I see. And
and
but
other
why would you
incentives,
need a whole
payments and
new
so forth.
provider for this 114?
But if we wanted to just make sure that we have dedicated, a provider dedicated to power customers, otherwise they would have to go through the wait list. So they could, but they wouldn't necessarily get services right away.
Okay. And so in the 9,000.
Yeah, because the idea of power is to they waive them from having to participate in workforce activities, right? Work requirements and so forth. So, and TEP is the vehicle to provide those services. So that's where a little bit the concerns are, because they get a waiver from participating, but then they want to participate, and we don't have right now the infrastructure to do both.
So in a sense that you're in power because you don't have the ability.
You have an exemption.
You
for
have an exemption.
participating.
And so if we opened up TEP to you, it almost undermines the idea that you would qualify for the
Right.
exemption.
Right, because we almost want to prioritize folks who don't have an exemption, who need to work, otherwise they will get sanctioned. If you're in power, you're not going to be sanctioned. So we should prioritize folks who could get sanctioned by not participating.
Yeah, so just trying to wrap my head around this because it's making me a little dizzy, and we are very close to the end. So
And it could be that they need different services while they're in power. It's not necessarily TEP. And it could be the way we design TEP may not be, no longer be attractive to them, because it was about not having access to the incentive payments that you can get through TEP that power customers felt excluded from.
And those incentive structures are going to change.
Right.
I see.
So maybe it's different services that they need.
And I mean, one thought is, on the one hand, I think I'm hearing you say, TEP seems like an odd fit for power because power, they have an exemption from work requirements. On the other hand, I'm hearing you say, if we had folks in power benefit from TEP, we should have a separate provider so that they don't have to wait at the back of the queue. But I mean, what if we did it where they just got in the queue, and then would there be additional costs?
I think this is about really assessing what are the services that they need, that they feel like they need to get through TEP. It may not be TEP, because TEP is to get people connected to jobs, employment, and then they get the incentives to get them to that goal. If folks are in power, it's because they want away from having to participate. So that's why it was built in a way that, well, if you don't want to participate, because you have an exemption. So there's a gap of services, and if it's according to, the providers, and if it's about just the incentives or the transportation, maybe there's another way to understand what are the service gaps are and see if it's through TEP
Mm.
and how do we redesign TEP to get them to participate?
And this, getting the incentive structures right and getting it so people are advancing towards work does strike me as super important. And here, I worry about somebody who might want to have access to the incentive for having gone to a training with no intention ever of getting the job. And now we've got people spinning their wheels and filling rooms with people who are just spinning their wheels. It doesn't, I worry, I wonder if that's the best use. In terms of the transportation, I think DHS has shared that TAPIT, the transportation assistance, costs about 2,000 per participant. How many TANF participants have utilized the full 2,000 in FY24 and FY25?
Yeah, can you repeat the question, Councilmember?
The TAPIT, the transportation assistance,
Yes.
looks like it costs about 2,000 per participant. I think that's what you guys have said. How many TANF participants have utilized the full 2,000 for the TAPIT program in FY24 and FY25?
So that's actually that's a tuition assistance program. It's not transportation assistance.
Oh.
I believe it's a pretty small number. I think we have it somewhere. I'm looking for it. I just wanted to clarify it's tuition assistance.
It's tuition, not
Yeah.
transportation.
Do you have how much it is, Hayden? It's we're looking for how much it is, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. All right. I mean, one of the big things that's out there, and you talked about this before, is the 60 months. And, we got the 30% step down, and before it then moved to be a 50% step down. And I think there was then going to be another step down after that and be phased out. Now it falls off a cliff in the next year. Is there a policy reason for that? Is that a budget thing?
So it's no policy reason. At this point, we're hoping that, with improved revenue projections, that they can be reinstated in the financial plan, but it was done to balance the financial plan. So if there's an opportunity to reinstate in fiscal year 28, then
Okay.
we'll support that.
All right. So it's another one of those things, got to make the numbers add up. Okay. As you know, what's that?
The TAPIT is 98K, 98,000.
98,000.
98,000.
So that if it's 2,000, it's 49 people and they get tuition assistance to go anywhere or UDC or someplace else.
It's with RC, so I'm not sure
Okay.
which colleges they go.
Okay. As you know, ASSI, speaking of ASSI, has announced that a wait list for childcare subsidy is going into place beginning May 12th. As DHS has an important role in determining eligibility for the subsidy and communicating with the public, I have several questions about how DHS and ASSI are coordinating. When a family applies for a subsidy, how will they be notified of their place on the wait list?
So the families are determined to be eligible. The families who are determined to be eligible will be notified of their priority group assignment through email.
Yeah.
And families who are found eligible in an open priority group, they may enroll through the child care subsidy program and receive their subsidy. And families in a closed priority group will be notified their assignment on the wait list, but through email.
Okay, and then that's what you hear on initially, and then what sort of updates will be provided? Are you going to be providing updates to
But
them?
it would come from ASSI, not necessarily through us. We determine eligibility. ASSI administers the program.
And then, okay, so maybe these are all questions for ASSI. And ASSI may or may not say the expected timeline is you're reaching for it.
So the MOU with RC is 150, 98K is for the program, and then we pay for 0.4, 0.5 on FT. and that brings it to the 150. So the MOU with Aussie for TAP, it is 150K.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tap it.
Oh, okay, back to
150K,
tap.
98 is services, and the rest is for an FT, a part of an FT.
Okay. Hear you. And on this childcare subsidy, the idea of, okay, you apply, if you qualify, you get told in this new world where there's a wait list, here's which group on the wait list you're in. And you hear that going forward, and your role is determining eligibility. Once you've determined eligibility, your work here is done, and it's Aussie that is keeping them up to date about where they are on the wait list and when it is that they may be able to get a slot.
That's correct.
Will DHS and Aussie be publishing a regularly updated FAQ addressing common questions that the agencies expect families and providers might have regarding the wait list?
So, Aussie has updated, I think they regularly update a FAQ addressing the wait list. We have communicated broadly with our families that a wait list is approaching. We have signage in all of our shelters, all of our service centers, our Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, so that to try to get the application in as quickly as possible. But then the updates to the program are on Aussie's website.
Okay. And then what are you doing? I mean, you have folks who need to recertify in order to qualify. They're in, but they need to recertify. If they fail to recertify and they get knocked out, and then they need to reapply, the consequences of being late on recertification are high. What are you doing to warn people about that?
So we'll continue, we are, as much as possible through, the campaigns that we're going to do around all of our services, just ensuring the importance of the families kind of keeping track of, their benefits. Part of the work that we need to do also is a case management education so that they know the information and they also can relay it to customers. So again, in collaboration, when Aussie has develop materials, we reuse them, we amplify their communication, and then we create our own material for our sites, like our service centers and so forth. And and then it's about also case management education so that they can also relay the importance of recertification to their clients and whatnot.
And for all these materials, how many languages are they generated in?
I don't want to speak for Aussie, but I believe English and Spanish is that all of their materials is generated in both languages.
Okay. And then while there's a wait list, what are we telling people? Is there any place else we can point people to, any kinds of services? We're going to have all these folks who are stuck and we don't have ironclad answers for them, but is there anything we can do to try to help them?
Yeah, for kids who have for families who have children who are 3 and over, pre-K3, we encourage kind of pre-K3 versus your childcare. In some cases, kids stay in childcare until the age of 5. We make referrals to kind of Head Start, and see where they can receive other subsidy support. But childcare has been the tool that we've referred families to.
I mean, is there much unused Head Start capacity in the city?
I've heard that they're not at capacity. Again, I'm not Aussie or DCPS, but I have heard that they're not at capacity, and this is a referrals. But we have universal pre-K3 and pre-K4, meaning that we have a slot for any kid who qualifies.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that covers it. Let me just pause for 1 second to make sure. All right. This concludes today's budget oversight hearing. The time is now 3:12 and this hearing is adjourned.